Can you hear me now, Dave? Okay. We have
I
a,
can now, yes.
okay, good. And the fan's not making too much noise?
No, everything seems okay.
Perfect.
Are you all ready?
We are ready to get this show on the road. First thing.
All right. Sounds good. Well,
Parking, I think that's you.
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. This topic came up nearing the final stages of construction of the St. Vrain Trail extension, and which we are excited for. I think many of you were there for the ribbon cutting and grand opening at the end of last week. So thank you for those that were there. But Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District, who owns the parcel at the western end near the Carter Lake outlet, right at the river there, where traditionally they have allowed many river users who want to use the October and November hole to park, and they were kind enough to let the town do that. For many years, they wanted to meet with us to let us know that they were going to be moving their monitoring station, which is the little brown prefabricated concrete building just off the edge of, or on the shoulder of Highway 3666, to that area where people traditionally had been parking, and that they were going to block that off. For those of you who may have gone over to that area, excuse me, you have probably seen that they're in the process of actively making that happen, and have constructed a concrete pad to move that over, and have put some Jersey barriers in the area, and have signed it for no parking. They're fine with people still traversing the area and walking through to get to the river left access, where there's a little social trail to get down to the area of the October, November hole. And for other river users who might fish or, want to enjoy the river there, they don't have a problem with that. But that parking, which is, pretty busy during certain times of the year, particularly when that outflow for the Carter Lake is flowing, which is one of the areas along the Front Range where the river traditionally does have some good flows for boating and other uses. They are no longer going to allow people to park there. So the purpose of this workshop is to give the board some other options for where people might park, and how we might get that done. So staff had come up with a few options, and I'll kind of run through those with you. I did give also some photos of the area and what's going on in that western end of the trail for you to look at. But one of the first options we came up with is a town-owned parcel that's just east of that existing parking where people had parked on that Northern Colorado parcel. It is very close, just to the east. It's a town-owned parcel. It's approximately 2 acres, a little over. And it had been vetted through a public process right after the flood. It's part of the 2016 flood recovery planning process, and was looked at and conceptualized for a little parking area and some additional features, including a very small shade structure and a little outdoor playground, nature playground. One of the challenges is with the new firm mapping is that all of that area does sit in the floodway. But I did work with town engineer Justin Doles, who is on this call as well, if you should have any questions. But he does feel that a parking lot could still be provided there, even though it's in the floodway. And we did provide a conceptual overlay of what some parking might look like there, and a cost estimate. And We do feel like we might be able to get that done with the existing budget this year, potentially, or early next year, and have that available for 2026. The season's going to slow down here over the next couple of months, and we could possibly get that done. Another option would be to utilize the now municipal-owned Triangle lot that the town was deeded over from the Bell family off of McConnell Drive. And there is also an overlay of that potential parking on that lot and what that could look like and a cost estimate there. A third option would just be to utilize existing parking. We have a new parking lot and trailhead off of 2nd Avenue and guide people there through signage and identify potential loading and unloading areas or zones off of McConnell and in the area off of Highway 36 near the October-November hole, and then guide them to 2nd Avenue. So those were a few options. We thought we should get on top of this because we know that there will probably be some conflicts with people trying to still park in that the area near the October-November hole, and wanted to get this to you for some discussion and guidance. Happy to answer any questions or talk about the photos or the overlays, the concepts, cost estimates, or anything else you might have.
We're gonna get a chance to look at this and see what the cost estimates and whatnot are all the way around. So yeah, questions for.
Yeah, Dave, so my thoughts on this are as follows. The 2nd Avenue lot is simply too far. It's not good. The Triangle lot, that's also its proximity to the kayak structures is close, I guess you might say, but I look at the safety aspect of that too. I think about people carrying kayaks on their shoulders, crossing busy McConnell Drive, they don't often, they can't really see the boat as they're crossing. I think that's a safety aspect. I also don't think it's fair to the neighbors to put in 40 parking spaces over there. To me, it's a no-brainer. We talked about that parcel next to the October hole during the rebuild, when we were going through the design process. To me, it looks easy, it looks flat. My only questions are two. And I mentioned this to you at the ceremony today. Will there be a CDOT access issue if you put a parking lot there that's going to be used on a regular basis? Do we have to continue that with CDOT, or can we use the existing proper entrance that goes down to there?
We would probably need to follow up, to be honest, but there are existing turn lanes to those access roads, and I believe we did ask the question a little bit during the planning process, the flood recovery planning process, 2016 flood recovery planning process, and their thought is that you wouldn't turn in where they're currently turning in, just past the Welcome to Lions sign off of McConnell, but they would rather see them turn in the access road a little bit further to the east, because there is an actual turn lane there. I guess the question, and Engineer Doles might be able to answer this a little bit better, is where they, as they're leaving the parking area, getting back out onto the highway. So that may be a question, but we're talking, 21 vehicles, and we do have one spot for a bus. It won't be packed all the time. I think most of the time, we see anywhere from 5 to 8 vehicles there. On the weekends, it does get busier.
Yeah, I think that parking lot will probably be full during the peak times of 2 vehicles, or the springtime when people make it runs down from out and down. My second question concerns the 4 mile or 1 mile. Is the price of getting that squared away, is that included in the price of parking lot? Do you have any idea of what additional costs might be for that?
In speaking with Engineer Doles, I believe if we limit it to just a parking lot, it wouldn't trigger that, but anything we do that would take a no rise, so any structures or anything else that we might contemplate there would then trigger that process.
Just to tell you, I mean, I look at the price, we're talking 24,000 for the lot next to the building hall. And we're looking at 91.5 to try that. I'm not afraid of using the lot next to the building hall.
Thank you, Director Cosgrove, for reviewing all of these options for us. I remember driving by this weekend and seeing so many cars parked along the highway, and I was like, uh-oh. We can't get, this is not sustainable. This is not a safe option. So I'm glad we're looking at safe options. I hadn't actually realized that there was that 2-acre parcel right there. It looks like these parking spots turn out to be about $1,000 each on average. My question is, you said that we could cover the $24,000 price tag with this year's budget and be ready in time for next season. Can you tell me if that would come out of the Parks and Rec budget?
Well, it is a parks parcel, and initially, yes, I was looking at where we would have potential savings in the parks budget to cover this. Yes.
Do you think you could cover it with Parks and Rec?
I would need to talk to Director Eystone to take a look and make sure, but as of right now, yes, mostly from the projects, the camera project, which we're going to look at an off the shelf option for that, and then a couple other line items where we may be able to find savings. Yes.
Well, awesome. Well, I also feel like that's a really good option if we cover it in this year's budget, have it ready for next year. And I like the proximity. It feels like my only concern really is that access. Turning left off Highway 36, obviously we have to work with CDOT on how to access this.
Dave, your question?
The only question I have the new multimodal trails right there. Will it support vehicle traffic over? And I agree with Trustee Law. I think this is a no-brainer option other than access, but is the trail gonna get damaged? Or is it back-
It's designed for a vehicle load.
Okay. Thank you.
Lee, your questions?
Thank you.
No questions.
The only thing that I thought about, not saying I'm gonna recommend it, but if we put it in the triangle lot, nobody's gonna use it. They're gonna do what they did this week.
Right.
They're gonna line up on 36, so that's no good. Just want to go on the record, say, well, there's no record. I like the idea of having parking lot that covers the ponds. And that whole area as opposed to people parking on the road. Yeah, I could be interested in that at some point in the future, but in this case, it just seems like it's purposely, right? In particular, we can take that out of parks and open space, and that if you're looking at the one more east, that's already, there's already the ability to turn there. I don't know what a seat out would find. Anything you want to say about it?
I probably feel different about this than the rest of you, so no, I don't.
Oh, let's move on then to water rights.
Do we hear why she feels different? I'm interested.
Well, I think I like the idea of a loading unloading zone. I think that could be beneficial. I'm very concerned about the access into the parking lot and out both. And but I can tell you the staff recommendation from both Mr. Cosgrove and Justin is the new parking lot. I have a little trouble with investing $25,000 in a lot that is only being used by out of towners mostly. And when we have other things we could be doing with that money in the park system. And it won't have paid parking because there's not Wi-Fi there. So for me, I don't know, I think I'm willing to retrain people on where to park. They could unload and load on the common and then pull in one of the other lots. So I feel a little differently about it. I just know how many needs we have for $25,000 in the parks, and for me, it's a little, I don't know, if it was paid parking, that would maybe make me feel differently. And then, of course, as it being in a flood way, that putting a bunch of gravel in there kind of goes against just the things I've been working on, so. I probably feel a little different, but I will support whatever the.
Thank you.
That's not what we're- So how long do you think it would take to walk from the Second Avenue parking lot to the October?
I was thinking the triangle of it,
Oh, I see.
because it's, even though Justin shows 41 stalls there, you'll see that the price is $1,000 a stall, so if you only want to do 20 there.
Right, right, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's able to be round down as well. And, but I totally get, people are creatures of habit and convenience, and they're gonna go where they wanna go, but I wish there was a way we could capture something from the folks that come here to recreate there. I'm hoping they're going out or doing other things in town, because that's a lot of money for our parks.
Is there any way we can bring Wi-Fi to that spot?
I don't know, have to ask Dave. Have you looked into Wi-Fi on that spot, Dave?
We, excuse me, we have not yet, but I'm sure that it may be possible.
So I actually like, the other triangle, I was looking at it earlier until I ran. New trail yesterday, saw everybody park,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
14 cars at the plant and thing. That's what they're gonna do if we go.
Right.
And so it's like. So for me, we had to kind of sweat through it. It's like, it doesn't matter where we put anything else, that's where we're gonna end up. And it doesn't look good and it's not safe.
Now, let's also remember that that parking lot had been conceptualized. There was things we just do with the lines, really talking, it's a pedestrian, which going across the road.
Still there too.
So, I mean, the parking lot, there's some history about starting that, and I think there's some points for all the people of the meetings, done, would be a good place for it.
So David, would be good if you could check out on the Wi-Fi on that, as a possibility. Anything else, that you have now? Of course, we'll be coming back to this in the new direction.
Not at this time, unless Justin Doles has something he'd like to add.
Yeah, nothing on my end.
Thanks for a good report, appreciate it. Moving on, Aaron.
Okay, so we'll start with the water rights that we have, and so you may remember this has developed because we modified the IGA with Longmont, where Longmont has now said they will allow the town to submit either Colorado Big Thompson units or Lake McIntosh Reservoir shares for whatever the town decides. We've removed the restrictions on certain types of projects or developments require certain types of water rights. As part of that, we looked at what the town would want to do with setting up a policy with regard to what type of water rights were required. And that evolved into also then looking at where the water rights requirements are in the municipal code. And I explained before, those are down in the subdivision and annexation portion of the Lyons Municipal Code. And that was still from the time when we were treating our own water and dealing with water rights on our own without an agreement with Longmont. So the UEB had reviewed it, looked at it, staff reviewing it. It really seemed to make sense to move the water rights dedication up into the water utility portion of the municipal code, so that those who were looking at what they would need when they connect to the system would see that regardless of an annexation or a subdivision or just modifying their development. So the water rights requirements in the municipal code is pretty straightforward. We removed the sections that were down in annexation, which were few pages with a number of items that were no longer really relevant, talking about items that we no longer accept. But here you have the first part of the water dedication, talking about a policy of what the town would accept. So this helps separate the actual requirements or a policy of what type of water right is required for what type of development to a document that can be modified by resolution. So that you don't have to go back in and modify the code each time if things change. There is then the second portion to that where we did want to add in and make sure it was noted right up front that you could do cash in lieu if somebody came to the board to ask about that. Currently, the town is in a position with the UEB and staff believing accepting cash in lieu at this point for some of the developments makes sense because of the water rights portfolio we have. So I believe that this helped put it up in the front, right into the municipal code so that that could be seen. And that's really what the ordinance is that we'll be voting on for the change in policy. In addition to that, you have a resolution later on which talks about the actual policy for when would you require Colorado Big Thompson units and when would you require Lake McIntosh Reservoir shares? Utility and Engineering Board had no particular preference based on the study that Longmont did on our water rights portfolio from a utility or a utilitarian aspect. Either one looks to be as acceptable. So staff or myself went back and looked at, well, what would be, staff were asked to come up with a policy. So I looked at what that would be, discussing that with the town administrator. And in looking at that, well, we previously submitted to Longmont an IGA that had recommendations for when we would want Lake McIntosh and when we would want Colorado Big Thompson share. So we used the requirements that were placed in that IGA and pulled them out of the IGA and modified them so that you would have a policy that basically has the same requirements that were previously talked about. Since you weren't there, that was one step back. We already allowed for Lake McIntosh if you were doing affordable housing, something, if you were doing economic or commercial development. So during the modification of the IGA, we were looking for what about what we want to classify as attainable housing or what we want to classify as a development that has a combination of, say, affordable, attainable, and market rate housing. So staff had put together a potential policy, presented that to Longmont. That's when this all moved forward to Longmont changing what they said, well, you don't need to worry about it. You make that decision. So staff went ahead and put that decision into this policy.
Questions, Mark?
Enough about several. And I'm fine with the third change. My questions are about the draft of the policy. There's a reference in the definition of affordable housing, covenant control. I'm not sure what the staff means by that, but it's the comments. I need to clarify what's meant by that. You can have a covenant in the form of restriction holding bills to records, or you can have a covenant in contract. That the information as to where what's meant by that.
I do not. I thought that was copied out of what's currently in the agreement. So I had not looked into it further.
Sorry, an airport was constructed.
Covenant control would be a deed restriction. What would be?
Death.
Sorry.
Hundreds of poor Chinese families were displaced.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Destroyed to make way for the mega complex that would house Ishii's experiment.
That feedback, I think.
We could hear you earlier. Now it's maybe the TV was on or something bad.
Switching different microphones.
There we go, that's better.
Okay, yeah, so covenant controlled, it would be a deed restriction.
I think then also goes the modification of that. I think you can have a covenant contract. My next question is, in the same definition. You've got affordable housing, at least as far as rentals is concerned, at 60%. Is area median income for the Golden Landmark area. Whereas our affordable housing goal set by the trustees resolution. The first 80% of the Golden County. Average median, area median. So why different distinction, the big difference between that and our what adopted housing policy?
Again, this probably was not updated then, once the board of housing policy. Once the housing policy came into effect. This was what was in the IGA modifications that we looked at.
But those were never actually adopted.
Correct. So it was just a recommendation, yep. Totally up for changing it.
Probably in the regular meeting because we got 8%. I think we need to be consistent on zero. We have one standard in our resolution setting for how to go and eventually definition section, whatever I lost. Now a similar question, the definition of mixed level housing. Why would this apply only to for sale properties and not rental properties? Because all of our housing studies have shown that we have a shortage of readily apartments.
Yeah, again, I didn't try to modify any of the definitions for what would be there. I thought I copied them from what we had in our proposal to Longmont. So if I had possibly grabbed an earlier one and then there were some changes, that could be.
Is it possible, some of those reflected kind of like Longmont's policies at the time, which were actually by the house.
We're discussing.
I got the same question about 12% of our local government. 10%, I'll bring that up. And finally, I go to Brandon Parkley as well. We add a sentence at the end of this that says, the Board of Trustees may modify this policy by adopting a duly noticed resolution or ordinance. Does that create any problems? My thought there is basically send a notice to anybody that's reviewing this policy about the potential development that, hey, I can take this to the DOT. And it's kind of stating the obvious, obviously. Policy adopted by resolution. But I thought, if you have any objection to putting something like that in there, that basically says, and modify this by resolution.
Sorry, I didn't catch the second part of that. So is there a problem with there being a modification via resolution? Is that the question?
Adding that as a statement to the policy, basically, somebody, for some reason, thinks this policy needs to be changed.
Continued to hold his academic post in Japan.
Those
He considered himself an
Signified
excellent
that
academic,
more about resolutions.
continued to lecture and report to Japanese universities.
Yeah, unfortunately, you keep cutting out kind of at the end of that. So was the question whether someone can request it be modified via resolution?
Yeah.
Was accomplished through the destruction of hundreds.
Yeah, I mean, I think
We all know it can, but my question is really, any harm with putting a statement to that effect in the policy itself?
I mean, the only, I guess, harm would be is if it was mandatory, that someone requested that it be changed, that we take that up.
So it'd be like maybe, wouldn't be, shall.
May and not shall. Yeah, we could do that. That wouldn't be a problem. I just want to create like a right of action, basically, where someone could, anybody could request that it be changed anytime, and we would have to consider that.
I just wondered, since we're doing this by resolution and policy rather than in the code, I thought it might be good to signal that there was flexibility. Okay, that's all my questions.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. If it was drafted along those lines, I think that'd be okay.
Lee, you have any questions?
I have some thoughts on some of these wording discrepancies. I think it is important to get them consistent, but I do think that there are, for example, some covenant controlled affordability options other than a simple deed restriction. There are various ways that you can preserve affordability other than having a simple deed restriction. So there are substantive differences between some of the language in the two different drafts.
What are you suggesting there?
When we get to the point where we're wordsmithing the final draft, just be careful about which choice we make.
David?
Actually, this is just more for my edification. Every time we refer to max shares, it's 1.4.
Correct.
I'm just curious what the history behind that is.
So it's based on the idea of having either an acre foot or what would maybe be the equivalent, because we don't really look at it as an acre foot. You think of one CBT unit as an acre foot,
Right.
but it's actually worth about 7/10 of an acre foot on average. So the same amount of Lake McIntosh water, it's 1.4 units, it's about 7/10 of an acre foot of water. So that would be a comparable amount of water, to one CBT.
Makes sense. And then one other, I don't know if this thought makes any sense, but we talked of cash in lieu. And we went through this 6 months ago with some developers and we set the price and just, I'm wondering if it would make more sense from a developer aspect. We set it once a year after we set it based on market conditions, because I think it would at least give developers some idea versus coming in and having that back and forth dialogue. So I don't know.
Policy or the cash in lieu?
Yeah.
The cash in lieu, I would want to be a little bit careful with. Our agreement with Longmont still states that we will have a water rights policy requirement, that we are going to require actual water rights. And cash in lieu is really an exception to that. And so it should be every time somebody wanted cash in lieu that they're coming back specifically for that, and that it's not a standard policy. You could look at that, maybe just trying to set that each year might be okay, but I also see where it could change within 6 months. I think for staff at this point, the volume we have, I mean, that could change. We know things are coming in. You might have a lot more, but we've not had that a whole lot recently. And again, there were some fluctuations early in the spring where I think it did change somewhat by, say, $10,000. So doing it at a particular time may have some benefit. And one step back to the Lake McIntosh shares. Now that the town is handling that themselves, I suppose there's not any reason we couldn't just say 2 units of the Lake McIntosh reservoir. It's a simpler. You basically need the 2 units if you're going to do just 1.4. As you get to be more multiples, it can help, right? If you had 4 of them, you could not need it, but it is something you could look at to just say we are going to require 2 units of Lake McIntosh rather than 1.4, but we went with what we had already had.
Yeah. It seems like that changes the economics of it quite, if you're talking more than one.
Right, and they won't transfer a half a unit, so. they're required to
Understood.
get 2, yeah, so.
Understood.
If we're thinking about the pricing mechanism and how to build that in here, we may or may not want to codify that in what we're establishing here, but there is one pretty natural pricing mechanism in what is otherwise a very thin and very fractured market. That pricing mechanism is that Longmont has on record their cash in lieu price at any given time, which they don't update every year. They update when they think they need to. It has the option of being moved up or down, but they have at any one time their current and their historical cash in lieu prices posted.
That is somewhat different than ours in that Longmont likes to always emphasize they're not doing it based on a service connection. They're not doing it based on what they have to pay somebody else, whereas we are looking at what's required for us not to pay, but to dedicate to Longmont. We have to dedicate that 1 acre foot worth or 7/10 of an acre foot. Their acceptance in is based on they have a large portfolio and they know how much water they already have and what they use a lot of different factors. We've discussed this with Longmont, so it's slightly different in service connection versus just acreage in a cash in lieu.
Yeah, Trustee Browning has me thinking about these percentages that I have always known as 60% for affordable and 81 for 20. So I'd like to find those documents that you call part of our policy, because I'm looking at the comp plan right now and I'm looking at a definition here of what is affordable and what is workforce. And it clearly says on page 55, the town of Lyons further defines affordable housing as units that meet the needs of residents for 60% or less Little County area. So I'm not sure where you're getting the other number of.
On the resolution adopted by the board, it's in the packet of the August 4th. On the housing materials in the August 4th, and that was referenced in the comp plan stating that as a town policy, that's an error. Right, the board specifically adopted policy for housing being considered affordable to persons up to 80% over county pay line. It's in resolution 2016 43.
Anything else? I don't have anything. Anything else, Aaron?
Nope.
Victoria? Nope. Let's move on to the stream flow study, and that I believe is you, Victoria.
It's actually Aaron.
I have them all.
So you have
He has all of
I
them.
just gotta go one.
Yeah.
So the stream bank, not stream bank, sorry. The stream flows bypass, stream bypass flows, stream flows bypass study, sorry, wrote it down wrong in my notes there. Was something that came up because of looking at the creek and concerns to some extent about flows in the creek and the understanding that the town both gets its treated water from water that is coming out of the St. Vrain Creek and the fact that it uses the creek for its wastewater treatment facility when it lets that water out. So that has some impact on the utilities, and I've had an interest then in understanding at the high level what the stream bank concerns might be from a utility perspective. Looking at that initially then adds in some of the concerns from an ecological perspective, as far as fishing, recreation, other concerns that are out there, and the understanding that certain parts of the creek are very low flows. The area just below the Highland diversion or just east of McConnell, slightly further east of McConnell Drive, showed up on the stream bank management plan as the one place that popped out with, I don't know, it was the only place that had more than 3 or 4, almost 0% or no noticeable flow days. So an area that is in the town, slightly east, so there were some concerns there. So we looked at what we could do to try to improve that. The opportunity developed that St. Vrain Left Hand would fund a grant where they would cover 80% and the town would cover 20%, which puts us at about between 1,900 or 1,600, depending on how much time commitment the town puts in. We could have this study done that would be a starting point. And the starting point being, what diversions are there upstream from these locations that take water out? And what would it take for Lyons to use some of its water rights to get water all the way down east of McConnell and increase the flows that are in the creek? There are these in-stream flows, which are very rigid, documented flows that come from the Colorado Water Conservancy Board. They are much more difficult to work with, but there's also now at a higher end, what they call environmental flows, which are still an improvement to the creek, but they're not rigidly defined using the water board as the entity that must go before the water commissioner to decree these type of water rights. They're more of an agreement that gets done between various entities. So the town looked at doing this, it came up, we had the study done. We're now presenting the study that's there, again, as just the starting point. So the town will now have a document that both helps on the utility side, us understand a little bit better what our water rights portfolio might be, what we might be able to do in the future. If regulations change and someone wants to dictate what you need, both to get water out of it, say for our water, our pipeline decree with water, or the area where we put water in from the wastewater treatment plant. If the politics change and someone wants to go out and say, hey, this is a concern, we're looking at potential options to help improve that. And then it also helps on the ecological side. It will be a long process. I just went to the first meeting of the stream management plan that's getting started up. And there is a stream flows advisory group that I went to Friday. They're looking at a couple of years out to get some information in there. But with this, Lions will have one, we're looking at this creek as something that we value and what we deal with both from utilitarian aspect and both business, ecological aspects. So we have the flow study that was done. It didn't have anyone else really review it. It didn't fall into a specific category. It was somewhat basic of them going out and just documenting what they found. That all appears to be there and it looked good. So staff was looking for, during the meeting, the direction to go ahead and bring a resolution to accept that study as there were concerns.
Does the lack of a meter on any of these draws, is that legal? Even if they have a water right, how do they measure their draw of the river if they don't have a meter?
Right, I'm not familiar enough, but knowing that a number of the even larger diversions, the actual ditches that have things, don't have them there monitoring it. In meeting with the commissioner, when we were looking at the Lions ditch itself, they are aware that there are a number of them that do not have a meter, but they are starting to require that. It is becoming what we believe will become policy. We've not heard particular, just speaking with the understanding from the Lions ditch, a requirement or, something coming out, say you must have this. But I do know the, Department of Natural Resources, the Water Division, does desire that. So I don't know the specific legal.
Well, my suspicion is on some of the more established ditches, it's basically they open the gates, they hit the stopwatch, and they know exactly how much water is flowing through there in a given time, and then they close it. They've got, 2 acre feet or whatever they've requested. My other question, I've always been concerned ever since we moved the effluent pipe down below the Highland Dam, that whenever Highland sweeps the river, literally the only flow in that river is what we're flushing out of. To the detriment of the river, quite frankly. I've seen some market changes down there with the growth of algae. Last 2 years, it's been a little bit different. They haven't swept the river. They've taken their water, but they've done it during high flow times. They used to do it in January through March. But now they seem to be doing it later when the water's higher. So there's still water going over the dam, there's still water flowing through. I guess my question to this is if we have some idea of how much of the rivers are being diverted upstream, and let's say there's some action to cut back on the diversions, how are we going to be assured that the water that passes through is going to be allowed to pass over the Highland Dam and not be in that annual sweep that they do?
So that's why this is only the first step of saying who needs measurement devices, and you actually need the measurement devices then put in. So the next more expensive and much more difficult one would be working with all the diversions to put in a measurement device. So that we could then say, okay, they're taking this much is being allowed to bypass, and that's exactly what we're looking for. It's verification, how much of that water is being allowed to bypass. And if the town gets the right put in that it is allowed to have 2 CFS or 10 CFS flow all the way from Button Rock down to Lake McIntosh, you need the ability to document that. And right now that's not possible.
Who
would be overseeing that? What entity would be, I mean, I don't see anybody in the state more powerful than a water agent. Who's gonna be able to enforce that?
It gets to be a little difficult, but that's what the stream management plan, that is one of the goals and one of the items to work with is to see, can you get a coalition together where somebody would allow that? Yet there's a lot of complications to it. And so would the town, again, understanding our water rights portfolio, would we have anything to offer a ditch to say, okay, you'll allow this to bypass if we were to allow this? Or if Boulder County could take some of our water and use it to irrigate somewhere else, and they could then have their water bypass the ditch. So there's multi-jurisdictional negotiations, and that's why it was a discussion of a full stream management plan. And I don't think it's a sure thing by any means. It was developed somewhat after the flood, and hearing from Ken Houston from Longmont, who was here before speaking, it went down the line and then started to fall apart. But it gives us, at least this study, gives us the ability as a starting point.
Other questions?
Information was very useful and eye-opening in some respects. Who currently, if anybody, polices unauthorized diversions of water from the river? State?
Yep,
County?
to the water commissioner of the state.
Commission.
And do they?
Continues to
The
increase.
state engineer too as an enforcement capability.
Such thing?
They recently had a change in commissioners. And so there may be a change. We've heard a little bit more since the new commissioner came in, just on concerns with what the Lions ditch had. So it sounds like in the past, again, like most state other agencies, it depends on what kind of funding they have, what kind of staffing they have.
I mean, obviously, Lions lacks even the legal authority. Monitor things outside of where we have our town limits, maybe even in our town limits in the river, I'm not sure where our authority really is. We've got our own resource issues, so I'm just wondering, yes. Basically, we need to look to the state to monitor unauthorized discharges, which were, I was surprised how many there were.
That's a lot. That is not that long of a stretch of creek to have that much. Yeah, it's pretty alarming. Others with questions? I don't have any more.
I just have one, so. How many acre feet does the town own for what? The 300?
Yes, 300. I don't know if you've heard like the quick one. Do you know, we used to own all the entire Button Rock, and we transit 1969. It was, I don't know the details except what's in the agreement. Didn't want to maintain it or couldn't maintain it anymore, and so we said, Longmont, you maintain it, and we will keep the first 300 acre feet, the lowest, the bottom 300 acre feet, right? That's there.
Would we ever consider using that? Go through?
Yeah, that was maybe, I was gonna mention it and didn't, back to the water agreement. One of the smaller changes that I continued to push for that wasn't talked about as much was in the current agreement. And I should say Longmont did sign it, meaning it is, I would believe from what I was told, I've not seen it, it was signed and they all approved it and they were good with it. And I did mention this to them to make sure they were aware, but the original agreement, we could not do anything with that 300 acre feet of Button Rock. Well, we could not even lease it or rent it out for a year. The new agreement does not place that restriction. So we can use the 300 acre feet of Button Rock. We cannot, again, sell or get rid of any water, which was talked about before in detail, but we could do a short-term agreement with that water. So that was just a recent change that's only in effect now a month ago, whenever Longmont signed the agreement, which is what I wanted to keep. One of the things I kept in the agreement for the idea to use that. So yes, we could. I'm getting a little more comfortable with stream water rights. Reservoir water rights are now a whole nother topic, along with the well water rights. talked about a little bit. So understanding that it can be more difficult to refill a well or refill a reservoir when it gets emptied. It's not the same as when the streams can take water. Is another item to be aware of when you start to use reservoir water rights. So we're working with the Colorado Water. No, it's the Water Conservancy Trust. Is somebody who works with water rights, and they were very interested in this. And they will work with our portfolio, try to make sure we legally understand what we're doing and don't get into a bind with using water rights. You have to be careful because if it's not specifically documented and you're letting it go, that it's not that, okay, you haven't used it, you lose it, because legally you haven't used it.
I just remember when we had a problem. I think one of the reasons we lost the outdoor camp, right, was because of a couple of seasons where we had an adequate flow, and we
Yeah.
couldn't do the kayak events.
That's true.
But.
Yeah.
I wonder at that time, Victoria, I don't know if you know, did we ever consider exercising those rights for like the weekend to get an increased flow?
Well, actually, Dave Cosgrove is on here and he would talk with Longmont and we asked for a call for water from them right before the games or as they were starting, and they usually honored that for us. I don't think we've ever had to call out our bottom 300 acre
Right.
feet.
That's what I.
But they worked with us pretty well. I'm trying to remember, Dave, was there ever a time where we didn't have enough water for outdoor games?
No, we did actually, and you're correct. We would, if it was a concern, it was the south that would typically be a problem. The north, they would release water from Button Rock for us to make sure that we had flows. They were always very good about that.
Thanks. Any other questions on this?
Just one last one. So before I ask about costs and things like that, you're just asking whether we want to accept this study before we even look at how much it might cost to buy devices and how many devices and all that.
Correct. There's no plans for anything with the devices. That would all be negotiations. It would be on the ditches themselves or other entities. And us just trying to work with what we have to get someone else to do something.
And
No cost
Oh, I'm sorry.
plan.
I was just
Go
gonna
ahead.
add one more, I guess, piece of information. Mayor Pro Tem had asked who coordinates all this, who is trying to help make all this happen, and the stream management plan is being coordinated by St. Vrain Left Hand Water Conservancy District. So they were the ones who originated, got everybody together and said, what would everyone like to see in this plan? What areas of focus would you like to see? And we can help with some of the funding and how you would like to see some of these funds, because we have money for grants and that sort of thing.
That would not affect enforcement.
No.
Enforcement fund.
Yeah, not the enforcement, but just to help facilitate some of these goals and objectives.
Anything else on this before we get to the really big one? Let's move on to the culvert.
I would think the streetlights is gonna be the big one. This may be the big financial one, but the streetlights is gonna be the big political. So on to this Flagstone culvert, which you saw the study, we had that presented, accepted. In there, the initial discussion was that there were the $500,000 worth of high concern areas for the Flagstone culvert. During that discussion, it was asked if we could look at the larger perspective. What else would it take if we wanted to include some of the other concerns? Let's even go back and say, okay, if we're gonna do some work, what about the concerns for the actual volume, the capacity of that? And would we want to try to incorporate that into a much larger 100-year storm event aspect? So, town engineer Doles did put together the memo that was included in there that talked about the first level, the $500,000 for the high level concerns. Went on to include the medium level concerns, and you see that at $900,000 in the study. Going on to the actual replacing the culvert fully with a larger culvert that could deal with some of the storm event there. You're up now in another scale of millions, 15 million to 25 million. Even that, looking through there, doesn't, yeah, I guess that is an option that would cover the 100-year storm events. But it requires a lot more working with private property, and so it's concerning from that aspect of needing to take people or businesses deal with properties that are currently in place. So if you wanted to try to avoid that, you could go to another option that's up there of a detention pond, which may also have some of its own private property concerns for less property, but a couple of properties, but then you're looking at the 25 to $25 million. And some of those won't actually help the culvert itself, which you still have in place. And if the culvert's gonna still take some of the flows, you would have to do the repairs on top of some of these high levels. Option E and option D, which are the very high ones, the existing culvert would still need to be repaired to prevent it from collapsing in and being a problem. So with that in mind, staff, town engineer, utilities director, the UEB, we're looking at least doing the high level concerns. The utility and engineering board, looking at what the stormwater fund has in its reserve, wondered if we could even go smaller than the 500,000 and recommended trying to look at potentially documenting, or did go through. There is a classification of what some of them felt were more concerning and some that were less concerning. If we wanted to look at trying to not go with the full 500,000 or wanted to split it into a couple of year projects. Staff believes we should deal with the high level concerns just from a liability perspective. The engineering firm that did the report also looked at that. So with that in mind, if that was the option that we went forward with, what could be some of the funding mechanisms? So the two that were discussed, one is that the stormwater fund does have about $260,000 in the reserves. So could we go out and look at getting a grant for the other half? NOLA has their energy and mineral impact grant. That was what was used for Long's Peak. We can potentially go and apply for that. That's a 50-50 match. So if they would cover 250, we would have 250. Would bring the fund way down with some of the reserves. We probably would want to look at still increasing the the stormwater utility fees. But potentially could look at the numbers if wanted to try to bypass that. Again, it'd be something for you guys to think about, discuss. Another option is we're talking about getting a loan for the Second, Third Avenue Stormwater Fund. We've put out what the full cost of that was estimated to be at 3-point-something million. We have a grant for a portion of that already with the Third Avenue design. We're looking at additional grants. If we had enough in grant funding that reduced that cost by 500,000, would that loan, would the state allow us, the state revolving loan fund, to use the 500,000 for this project? I think that's a little bit further out than just going for the grant, but not sure right offhand which one might take longer, which one would be a quicker option. I think the energy and mineral grant, but I'd have to look at the specific date. So this is just right. First, trying to say what does the board, the direction requested is what does the board think we should go for? And staff can really look at what the funding mechanism would be for that option, if that's what's decided.
Questions, we'll start with Mark.
I raised this in an email, with Director Eystone and you and Justin as well. But a number of these, in terms of the financing, a number of the sections of code that are needed at highest risk that would be included in the 500,000. So under streets or outs. There's a number of descriptions in the, what needs to be done, backfill and replace landscaping and paving. So to the extent that we're short of funds in the wastewater fund, because some of this might involve street repaving and landscaping and things on the surface, is there at least some flexibility, probably nowhere close to the full amount, of using some general fund money to pay for a streets portion of that? Because I think we kind of apportioned along Steep Drive, water, sewer, street, stormwater among various funds, right?
Yes. I do think that's an option. We've looked at the same thing for the second and third stormwater, is that a portion of that the road asphalt paving would need to be done also. That's not specifically stormwater, that's the road. So we have a large project. Could that fund come from the general fund and the streets, the capital fund, and be used as the match? In this aspect, I think that's still viable to look at. The only concern being we're right now doing some of those areas for the paving. It's because we had to get that done, right, with what we're doing at Stickney Sewer. So we can see if we still had other high streets not being done, and that's one that might be a concern. So yes, then you could take the requirements. I would believe you could say that this is, the streets should pay for this portion because it's replacing the street. Particular if you did a larger section of that street.
And to some extent, if I heard things right at the UDB, some of the culvert shoring up is, portion of that is to make it more, make sure the streets don't collapse, make sure you got support for like heavy trucks and stuff going on the streets above the culvert. So there's that aspect also of shoring up some of the street structure.
Right, there were some portions that could be looked at. That's a concern.
Any sense of what that number would be?
How much of the 500,000? No. Not really. They were, so. Thought we hadn't gone back into that with all the things going on. If we had 12. And we were at 30 something each. So if it was even 100,000. Let's say, or you know, if we had 3 of them that were in streets. Out of all the high level concerns, that was. We could figure $75,000 worth of it, maybe.
Cassie, do you have any insight into that?
I think as far as priorities go, if this is the highest priority for the board in the stormwater fund, we definitely have mechanisms to fund it. The only concern is that if we want to do this and the Second and Third Avenue loan, we could potentially be out of enterprise status if the energy and mineral grant is considered state funds. Sometimes they're federal, but I believe most of the time they're state. That would throw the enterprise fund out of enterprise status. It happens all the time with smaller municipalities. The only thing that it means is that in order to take on the loan for Second and Third Avenue, we'd have to put a question on the ballot issue, on the ballot. Now, if we properly worded that, I would assume that it would pass with no issues because we are only asking to take on a loan with the utilizing the sales tax that was already passed, for example. So if we wanted to do both and we were thrown out of enterprise status for a year because it only happens for a year, for a calendar year, we could ask the voters for approval to take on the debt. It looks like Brandon has additional.
Yeah, I mean,
Todd.
Cassie, is there an ability to time that though? So, or you could do both in the same year? I mean, that's typically what I see is we try to time it. So we're doing it the same year as we avoid going to an election.
Yeah, you could, so that's a great question. If we wanted to take, let's say we got the grant, the energy and mineral grant, that decision wouldn't happen until 2026. The loan is likely to happen in the same year. So any bond attorney, bond counsel would likely be looking back at the 2025 calendar year So we could time it that way as well.
Yeah, okay.
If it were, if we were utilizing general fund or something else as a loan or a cash infusion or something like that, we could also time it the exact same way and don't infuse the
Yep.
cash into the fund until the same exact year we take on the loan. That's a great suggestion as well. But it does happen all the time where funds fall out of enterprise status. It is
Yep.
nothing to be overly concerned about. They fall in and out of enterprise status oftentimes because they don't have the funding necessarily to fund the whole project. So it's just something to keep in mind.
And I can confirm that almost all my clients that are, below 10,000 in a population, this happens frequently for their utilities, so.
Given how the town responded to the sales tax increase, I wouldn't. Is it wrong for me to not be terribly concerned about that did have to go to a ballot issue that it likely would? Is that am I too optimistic or is that right?
The tax increase portion of it has already been approved.
Right,
So
yeah.
you could go for a vote like this if you had to, and you wouldn't be raising taxes.
Right, like you said, it's worded properly.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I think as so long as you're not asking people to pay more sales tax and they realize before you pass this measure, and this is how it's going to benefit you, then I definitely seems.
So is the first approach Dolo matching?
Sure. I think to get it 50-50, sure. I mean, that takes it down to the 250 instead of 500 of our own funds.
At a 50-50 match, if you only need 250 from the wastewater fund, we're after reserves 236 now. You could do a modest raise to the wastewater fee and make up that difference in a couple of years.
There is also the energy mineral. They think there'll be 2 cycles next year. There'll be a spring cycle, which they usually hear in April. They decide immediately, like within 30 days, and they love projects that happen the same year. They love to see that happen. The other thing is there is a new fund through DOLA. That's the local match for small communities that don't have the match they need. So if we wanted to put forward an argument that if we did our 250, it would use up our entire reserves. We may be able to go to them and say, would you do 125 of it? And and try to get it matched with a different DOLA funding stream. Especially if we can show that this is a safety concern, high priority. They might do that and even do it as a 0% or something. Do it as a loan and not a grant. I think there's a couple avenues through DOLA. We can certainly, request a meeting with our regional manager. He liked the idea of it when I just broached it with him initially.
And anything related to the historical nature of it?
Only that this energy impact fund is funded through a severance tax through mining and, they use mining and oil production. And so the only connection we have to that at Lions is our mining industry, the quarries. And so he loved the idea that this was a vessel that was built over 100 years ago by the quarry industry.
Right.
And it's lasted 100 and almost, gosh, it was 18, our best records are 1868 on this. It way before they knew there was a water concern.
So what you're asking for in the meeting today is, do we want to commit to the 500? Does staff have any appetite for more than that? I'm assuming not.
No, I believe that it should be looking at that 500,000 amount.
I would like to see the 500,000 through grant and then trying to piece together the next level. For a longer term project for 2 to 5 years, then using some other mechanism such as maybe increasing rates or seeing what we have in our bonding capacity as we go through the second and third avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think hopefully Dole will come through Well, I agree we need to increase rates, it's not gonna cover the gap, but could we tap into the flood recovery? Back fund? Sorry to bring that up. I know there's been loans in the past.
Yeah, when did we get to tap into that?
And that feels like, I always felt like that's low probability from that being required to pay that, so. Fair enough, they're busy doing everything. Anyway, just a thought.
Any reaction to that?
Only the conversation we've had in the past, you know, there's just a lot of unknowns there. And to set aside, you know, our goal of, it's a pretty small percentage of our total projects, and so. You know, hopeful that it's not, but again, if we could get some answers over the next 2 to 5 years. It might free it up for some of these lower priority portions of this project.
But remind us again, how many years do we have before that's totally
Yes.
closed? Thank you.
It'll be 3 years after the state closes out the disaster,
Which hasn't happened.
which has not happened yet, and. You know, could be another 2 or 3 years, so then 3 years past that, so.
To me, that's like an insurance policy. You can, if you have a certain type of insurance policy, you can borrow against your policy. Do that, but if you have the event that triggers a need for the insurance, you don't have the insurance anymore. I'm reluctant to do that.
And I misspoke, it was 1886. 1886.
Yeah, I also am reluctant to do that when that number is. Pretty far out there, but we really haven't answered to that. I'm gonna move us along, so we can take at least 10 minutes on the lights.
So the streetlight study is another study, like we have with this stream flows study, where the request then is to direct staff to present a resolution accepting the study. So I did want to point out both with this one and the other one that this is kind of like first reading, right? You get the studies here, now you have 2 weeks. If you really hadn't looked at it, have concerns, you can always come back then also. I mentioned that more on the streetlight study because there were concerns. We've gone back and forth for a while with the Utility and Engineering Board. In the beginning, they were not happy with what was presented. I think a lot of that was, it should not have been classified as the final product. The engineering firm just could have said, this is our 75 or 90%, and people would have been a little more accepting. What came back afterwards now, staff has reviewed, and I thought they did a really good job. They were probably completely out of budget, but put in a lot of time just really doing what we wanted. So that I was happy to see from an engineering firm who may have said, no, we're done. The Utility and Engineering Board did get this in an email, but not enough time to actually talk about the final one at the meeting. I asked them for any emails with concerns. They haven't said any. We are also not having a meeting this week because Chairman Kerr and I will both be at Maine. So there won't be another UEB meeting even before the next board meeting. But again, if they present any concerns, that can be presented. The details of this are that the streetlights in town, a lot of them are not metered. The electric utility therefore is covering some of the costs without any specifics. The Utility and Engineering Board was interested in determining how much is being spent. Could there be some savings by converting to LED lights? We also again know that that's environmentally a good thing to do. At the same time, there's a lot of concerns about dark skies, whether the lights are too bright, what we could do. Take note that LEDs sometimes are brighter than non-LED lights, but if you focus on it, you can control the color, the strength of that lighting. So that was done in this study. We ended up getting a grant from Boulder County for the sustainability aspect of this. So it did move forward then with requesting a study that would first document our streetlights. We don't have them all in GIS, so we got a GIS file and a KMZ. For those who aren't familiar, Google Earth has files. So we have this file format that we can look at our actual streetlights, which alone can be helpful. They then did also put out a survey so that there could be some public input on that, because on the decision-making side of where you should have streetlights or not have streetlights, I think that's where the board is really gonna get into some concerning politics, as I would say. So,
Those survey results, yeah.
and in seeing that though, the survey did come back, I mean, very much, it looked like dark sky. So with some of that, the study did then go into what dark sky type of equipment you could get. Documenting what lights you would need, what fixtures you could need. There may be some where you can just put an LED into the existing fixture, but a number of them would need a new fixture. So they came back with some various options, from what if you replace all the non-LED lighting? What if you then went and put in an actual remote control system to that? The first round did not have anything about what lights are on and what lights are off. So they went back, we had the study go back, and we did determine which lights are currently on. And so they then did a analysis of what it would cost to replace the current lights that are not LED and are currently on, and replace those with LED. And so that came back at the lowest option of $80,000 would allow you to do that. You didn't put it in my notes here, it is in the study, how long that would be for a return on
A
investment.
little bit less than 9 years from the organization, I think it was 8.7.
So we would get the LEDs and then it would pay for itself for those in 9 years. That is also then potentially the least political, in that we're going with the aspect that those that want them off have spoken up and said they want them off. There may be some who have not had theirs replaced and do want it on, but is that a majority of the area? But in a general aspect, currently lights are on where they should be on and off where they should be off. So you're not changing that dynamic, and you could just go with, currently, we don't have to change the policy. We are gonna have all the non-LED lights that are on replaced with LED. You have that number. Again, at this point, there's no fiscal impact to accepting the study. We're accepting the information so we can then move forward. You want to, at the next meeting, to already start looking at policy. Happy to hear that. The Utility and Engineering Board is also looking at that more from the utility aspect. Do we need lights in alleys, or do we want to go with an engineering standard where they say the light covers 150 feet on each side, and we should therefore have it every 300 feet? Different policies that could be adopted, but that's going to be up to the board to come to a decision.
Questions?
Whatever funding option we eventually decide, if we decide to fund it at all, what source of funding would that be? Would it be part electric fund, part general fund? Because it's not really all on the electric fund.
Correct. I think you could do a 50-50 split. Streetlight maintenance comes out of the general fund. So it is already footing the bill when you have to replace lights, when Enline has to come out and do some work. And the electric utility is paying for the electric portion of that.
The electric utility would, based on the study, would save money in the long run by not having to pay much of on LED lights, right? So
Correct.
it kind of benefits both general fund aspects of government and
Yes,
It's power and maintenance, I think,
yes,
not just the cost of power.
correct. Yep.
So are you saying we would save money after 9 years? Is that what you're saying?
It would be, we'd be breaking even on that 80,000. Yeah, just short of 9 years. If you're looking at the cost savings of the actual electricity, which we haven't been monitoring, and the guesstimate as to what will be saved and prepared by that.
I just have a semantics question. My head is spinning reading about LEDs and non-LEDs. So if you have three categories here, non-LED fixtures, I understand it was on sodium or something like that. But you get non-LED functioning fixtures, so. And then you've got non-LED, non-functioning fixtures.
Functioning being on or off. That's all. If the light is currently on, it's functioning. If the light is currently off, it's not functioning.
So the there's 54 non-LED, non-functioning fixtures. What does that mean?
So 54 non-L, that would be the number that would get replaced, because we would not touch those because they're off. It gets a little confusing between not working and non-LED, yes, we had to go through.
Right? If I look at it at night and it's not doing anything.
Right, or it's been the community said we want
Or
it
the
off,
community said
we don't
turn it
want
off.
it on,
Or something with Phoebe doing something.
correct.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. We'll take an 8-minute break. It is 7 p.m. And I want to call to order Town of Lyons Board of Trustees meeting for Monday, August 18, 2025. A roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor Rogan. Mayor Pro Tem Williams,
Present.
trustee Hamrick,
Present.
trustee Dottie,
Present.
trustee Lowell,
Present.
and trustee Browning.
Stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Also want to note that Mayor Rogan's father did pass last week. She is finishing the first week of Shiva. Absolutely wonderful way to memorialize departure of a person. It is a community that does it extraordinarily well. Altogether, it will last a year. She's continuing that. She'll be back working in her role starting tomorrow, which is good because I'll be on my way to London starting tomorrow. So that is a good thing. So let's have a moment of silence. Please. It is now my great honor to ask our town clerk to swear in our newest member of the Board of Trustees, Lee Williams.
Absolutely, if you'll stand, Mr. Williams, and raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Lee Williams,
I, Lee Williams,
do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the Town of Lyons Municipal Code,
and the Town of Lyons Municipal Code,
and faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee of the Town of Lyons, upon which I am about to enter.
and faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee of the Town of Lyons, upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. Welcome. Official.
You said something a few minutes ago about how many times you think you have sworn an oath like that?
A few,
A few.
not enough for a lifetime, there will be more, I hope.
Also, I think this is something that everyone should be aware of. The third most common last name in America is Williams. Number two might be a surprise to you, it's Johnson. Number one is a surprise to no one, it's Smith. Number four is Brown. These are just things that you know when you're older than dirt. You just gather them through the years, it just kind of happens. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? So moved. Is there a second?
I second.
Anything anybody want to remove from the agenda or move around the agenda?
Wasn't there an item, there was a recommendation, it was
Yes, we have 1196 and 1197, that's correct? That those were
4497, you know,
correct,
Sorry, yes, the ordinance, yes.
and so that's both,
We still have to
We still need to open it.
we still need to
and
open
then
it and then
Continue
do
to a
it.
date.
Yeah.
certain.
Yeah, so you might remember from past experience that the annexation items have to be open for an hour. We can run that concurrently, but you know, we can't just do it as part of the regular agenda approval process.
Okay, then let's vote to approve the agenda.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Audience business, we welcome all of the public to come and speak to us as a board. We have a paper that you have signed. If you have not signed that, we'll give you a chance after the others. Please come up to the podium and tell us your name and address that is required. And then you'll have 4 minutes with which you can mesmerize us with.
Okay,
Unless
first,
it's for a public hearing.
Unless it's, if it's for a public hearing, then we wait until the public hearing. Thank you.
first we have Gil Sparks, followed by Kat Russell.
Good evening, trustees. Trustee Williams, congratulations and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
But as you might imagine, I'm here for multiple purposes tonight. The Lions Community Foundation grants program is open at the moment and will close on September 5th. If you know of entities, including the town or nonprofits that might be eligible for a grant, please encourage them to apply. Secondly, we are still looking for 2 to 3 grant review members. So if you know somebody in town who wants to learn about the grants program, learn about the town, get involved, this is an excellent opportunity. Please send them our way. Be happy to get them educated. Then this Sunday, Hoot Nanny 2025 at River Bend from 3 to 7 p.m. Our lead performers will be the 5 Foot Betty. One of our trustees is familiar with them. And we have the annual rubber duck race. We have the dancers. We have the 89s will be performing also. We'll have the silent auction as of about an hour ago. We have donations silent auction in the neighborhood of $24,000, which as far as I know, may be a new record for us. We also had a new record for sponsorships this year, so it's been a very good year for Lions Community Foundation. So hope you will join us. If you haven't been to see the Riverbend New Event Center, this is a great opportunity to do it. It's going to be a great time. And everybody's going to have a fun time. So hope to see you all there. Thank you.
We have Kat Russell, followed by Crystal DeCastro.
My name is Catherine Russell, and I live at 770 Steamboat Valley Road, Lyons. Esteemed Mayor Pro Tem, Board of Trustees, and town staff. In early February of this year, the Board of Trustees voted on the disposition of properties to be included in the IGA map. But the IGA map directed by the Board of Trustees has been replaced with a new map that goes against the direction of the board. On record, the board voted on a map that restricts residential development to a less than 5-acre portion on the Boone property, but the new map shows this area 3 times larger with the addition of a limited development area. Also on record, the Board of Trustees voted to keep the Walters, Honor, and Carpenter properties as rural preservation with no limited developments, but the new map shows limited development on all 3 of these properties. Why is the August 4th working IGA map unrepresentative of the February Board of Trustees decision? Moving forward, I request the town of Lyons revert back to the original board-approved IGA map as the working map for future public input. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Crystal DeCoster, followed by David DeCoster.
Good evening, Administrator Simonson and the BOT. And yay, Lee, for joining in. Of course, I'm giving a Lions Creative District update. The LCD had an important visitor, Katie Ziegler from the Colorado Creative Industries, last Wednesday at our monthly board meeting, along with guest Molly Williams, a local playwright, Kim Mitchell, Director of Community Programs and Relations for Lions, who's been so helpful to us, and Lions BOT Commissioner and LHC Liaison, Tanya Daddy. Also in attendance were local musician Eric Tureen, who helped start the longstanding Tuesday Lions Jam at Oscar Blues. You gotta go to that sometime. Sophia Lemon, a bright star of award-winning Moxie Bread Company fame. Julie Hamilton, the numbers whiz at Skokomish County, now our official treasurer. Jeannie Moore, an LCF leader and Lions legacy. Diane Ralston Hicks, the Dynamo founder and executive director of the nonprofit Candide. Alyssa Pelivan, a central creator of A Lodge, The Rock Garden, and Shop Circular, and Jocelyn Farrow, former mayor pro tem of Lions BOT, and the 20-year comprehensive plan architect. She's our acting LCD maestro. There were several people unable to attend due to other things such as Craig Ferguson, Grace Barrett, Michael Clausen, and Betsy Burton. But thanks everyone for your support, creative ideas, and collegiality. Katie Ziegler is the grant accessibility manager and our North Central staff representative for CCI. And although she did not yet deliver the official 2025 Creative District Award announcement we hope for, she promised delivery of said announcement in coming weeks, and our fingers are still crossed. As stated on their website, CCI believes in the power of creativity to inspire human connections, create social change, support economic vibrancy throughout Colorado, and their focus is on strengthening the vitality of visual, performing, and literary arts. Their mission is to promote, support, and expand the creative industries to drive Colorado's economy, grow jobs, enhance our quality of life. The creative economy subgroups are design, film and media, literary and publishing, performing arts, visual arts and design, and heritage. It also acknowledges, and I thought this was cool, Colorado's ranking is #1 in the percentage of residents who personally perform or create artworks, according to the NEA's National Endowment for the Arts Participation Study. A nice little nugget and very pertinent to our town, I think. Colorado is recognized as a premier creative hub and home for world-class creative businesses, productions, and experiences. The LCD looks forward to next year's sesquicentennial celebrations, 2027's arrival of the Sundance Film Festival to Boulder County, completion of critical construction projects in town, continued big picture exploration and planning for future opportunities in the enhanced, exciting usage of the existing Lions Visitor Center and other potential sites for area artists, arts entities, and arts enthusiasts toward bolstering an arts-centric, homegrown, and authentic economic vibrancy for Lions. Thank you, BOT and staff, for encouraging and supporting the arts of all ilk in all the ways that you do, and for the good of the whole. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you so much. Next, we have David DeCoster, followed by Pam Barnes.
I'm David DeCoster. I live at 113 Fifth Avenue. Good evening to all of you. On behalf of Western Stars Gallery, we would like to thank the BOT, the Town of Lyons staff, especially Lisa Ritchie, and the PCDC for their diligence in moving forward with the annexation of 4497 Ute Highway into town and the rezoning of said property to CEC status. We look forward to a continuance of this process tonight and into the future. We would also like to thank Emily Von Bergen and Rick England for their greatly appreciated assistance in moving this forward. Thank you.
Pam Barnes, followed by Jocelyn Farrell.
My name is Pam Barnes. My address is 443 Prospect. Better known as the Dome on the corner of Fifth and Prospect. Or the Buckyball, what call it. I have lived in Lyons in that house for over 38 years, except for a long excruciating displacement. From my community, from my neighborhood, from my home. I just came to personally thank you for including us in the discussion on the rezoning of the parcels down in the pond. I don't know who in this room has had trauma and as a result PTSD, but most of us who live down in the confluence who fought to get back do. And that discussion on the rezoning was a trigger for me and for some others. And that looked, for me, that looked like sleepless nights, heart palpitations, anxiety, racing thoughts. So I just appreciate that you included us, and I hope that in the future you do too, because I know discussions are going to come back up. And a lot of people, I think, who will have ideas about properties down there may not know the history pre and post flood. They'll just be coming up with ideas. So I just want to thank you. This is hard for me. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes. Jocelyn Farrow.
Hi, it's good to see you all this evening. I'm excited to share. Oh.
Curious.
Jocelyn Farrell, 140 Stone Canyon Drive, Lyons. Good evening again. Okay, so I'm here to share a quick update with you on the Lyons Creative District. This summer, we had a table at Folks Fest. It gave us a chance to connect with the people from all over. We gathered wonderful ideas, super great input and energy about Lyons as a creative space. Tickets are, we have several things happening. So tickets are on sale now for the Farmette, September the 22nd. It is a concert called Postcards from Near and Far by a former musician, a former Lyons resident, Minson Wu, and proceeds will be generously benefiting the Creative District. And as a 501c3, the Lyons Creative District has been asked to serve as a fiscal sponsor for several projects. Moss Rocks Fencing Project, the Priscilla Cohen Artistic Pursuits Fund, which will have an event on October the 12th, a new gallery, a nonprofit gallery in town, Warrior Souls and Community Studios, and events for the Lyons Arts and Humanities Commission. Our next meeting is September the 3rd from 3 to 4:30 at the library in the Effie Banta room, and we welcome artists and community members to join us. But behind the scenes, we are actively exploring grant opportunities, expanding our board, and refining our bylaws 5-year strategic plan and budgeting. Most importantly, we're looking forward with excitement to receiving official Creative District certification from the Colorado Creative Industries. That recognition will strengthen our ability to work hand in hand with town, Lyons Arts and Humanities Commission, the Main Street Program, the library, Lyons Community Foundation, of course, our local artists and art enthusiasts. But also enthusiastically, we'd like to support Resolution 2025-59, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a Rural Economic Development Initiative grant from the state of Colorado for upgrades to the visitor center. We look forward to seeing that place become a beautiful opportunity for people visiting Lyons and also for the Lyons Creative District. Thank you so much.
And as is our custom, we now will ask our trustees to respond to all of these and our staff at the and tonight we'll start with trustee Gill.
As usual, thanks for the leadership for Crystal and Dave and Gil and Jocelyn and who am I missing? So thank you for everything you guys do for the town and showing up here. Pam, thank you for showing up and, expressing the impacts on the discussion we had a couple weeks ago on the confluence. So thank you for that. And then, Kat, I think she just left, but, yeah, I'm interested. You know, back in the day, we had only the one property that was included. And now it's wide open. And so I think some dialogue about that, which I believe is going to be for our next meeting. So.
Okay, yes, I'm really looking forward to the Hootenanny 5th anniversary. If there's no conflict of interest, I'd love to be on the grant review committee. So consider me. Sorry?
Okay.
I'll contact Ella. Ella's still, okay, great, awesome. And I would like to better I think I need to compare the IGE map from February with the IGE map we just saw at the last meeting to understand the differences, but
Yeah.
we'll revisit them, okay? And yeah, I was excited to attend the last Lions Creative District meeting, so I got a better understanding where you're at and very impressed with all that is happening. And everybody who's involved, I just love that about Lions. Everybody does what they can, and I can see there's a lot of energy behind the Lions Creative District. So fingers crossed. And Pam, just thank you for having the courage to come up and speak, and also for showing up at that meeting. I know I wasn't in attendance, but I was so thankful that we were able to facilitate that and hopefully respond adequately to those fears. So.
Well, I'm still unclear with the goal.
Once someone has spoken, of course, we're not, we have to move on. It's kind of the way things are. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, a little anecdote about this wonderful arts community that we have. Right, I was taking care of our 7-year-old granddaughter today because she didn't have a school day. We're walking down the path to a black bear hole, and she goes, "Papa, look at the moose." And they're like, "Yeah, let's go look at it." So, you know, we touched the moose, we looked at the moose, and then we, quite frankly, I walked by the other sculpture there probably 20 times. I didn't realize it was a young girl with a horse. So again, it's just a reflection of how lucky we are to have the art community here, to have this stuff on public display. So thank you guys.
So since we are number one in the whole nation in percentage of residents who personally perform or create artworks, I guess maybe I should be singing my comments. I suppose number one doesn't mean 100%. When it comes to the IGA, we know it's been a very difficult and long involved process for all of us, but we remind everyone it is a negotiation. That we are negotiating with Boulder County on this, and we don't get to say this is what happens. We in fact have to negotiate it with Boulder County. And we were in fact surprised in that meeting where they came back with a very different map than the one that we had suggested to them. We're proceeding from there, and tonight, in fact, will be extending the current IGA and the deadline to get this done to a later time. It's just going to take a while longer to get this done. Also, Pam, it's Holly, I think, Holly and Victoria, who said that would be a really good idea to have that meeting from everybody because of the trauma that everyone has experienced. And it was so helpful. I know there were only 3 of us who were able to be there that night. Everybody else was gone. Glenn had already left the board. But yeah, everybody's heart was just very clear, and the love for the town was very clear. So we're very, very appreciative that Holly and Victoria took that lead to make sure that happened.
A couple things, in response to what Pat Russell said, things that appear in packets in draft form not mean that the Board of Trustees has even seen those before they go into the packet, much less approve them. So the fact that something that's a draft in the packet differs from something that the Board of Trustees voted on months ago, it's not really that surprising. And I would give, as an example of that, very thing that Pam Barnes mentioned. There were drafts in the packet of rezonings of the property down there. There were maps that were proposed there. But when it finally got to the Board of Trustees for substantive consideration, we listened to the residents of the conference and did basically what they wanted. So I think sometimes too much import gets placed on things that appear in draft form and packets. That does not ever signal that it's something that the Board of Trustees is kind of given a nod and a link to or anything like that. It just means it's something that came by the staff and they put it in the packet for the board to see and for the public to see. So don't put too much stock in that. And I in general agree with our concerns about some of those changes, but I'll save subsequent discussion until we take that issue.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
Gil and Tanya, I guess, I'd want to echo the comments about trying to get people on board for the grants committee. I've served on it for a few years and I enjoyed every minute of it. It's a great chance to help people, help people, help people. It was a lot of fun seeing all of the different projects and being able to support as many as possible. So highly recommended. Crystal and Jocelyn, thank you for supporting our artists in town, for lifting them up. I'm glad that we have so many artists here in Lyons that we can boost the percentages of Colorado to its first place. I'm sure that the state has us to thank as well as many other communities to thank, but I doubt that we're very far down their list in terms of percentages. And then finally, Pam, thank you for bringing your thoughts and your feelings and your memories of the flood and how it impacts the decisions that we're all trying to make. I want to acknowledge that I'm one of the people who wasn't here then. And it's easy enough for me to understand a few of the facts, but the facts without the feelings are nothing. So I'll continue to do what I can to better understand the history of this town and the people who were affected by that impact and others. Thanks.
Staff response.
Of course, just like others, thanks to all of our super volunteers here that keep our community on track from a nonprofit perspective. In regard to Kat Russell's comment as well, I think this is one of the areas that gets confusing when draft documents are included in a public packet before the board has even talked about it, but that was the agreement we had. And prior, those sort of things would have been discussed in an executive session and the board would have accepted or not prior to it going public. So, but I just want to reiterate what the mayor said, our Mayor Pro Tem said, and that is, these are working documents and they're negotiations. And this is on the agenda for September 2nd during general business. And so we'll be able to give more background on why the map looks different. That's why it's always called a working map. Until an IGA is or is not adopted, it is just that. It is an ever-changing document. So thank you for pointing that out. And then Pam, I respect you coming up here and talking because I know it is difficult for people. And although some of the neighbors may not believe it, I probably suffer as much PTSD as you guys do. And I think it's good for you guys to stay together as a neighborhood in a community, and hope you can respect that we're looking at a full community level as well. And sometimes those things are hard to balance, but thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Any other staff? All right, we will move on to the sheriff's report.
Good evening, everybody. I have Sergeant McKim with me again tonight. She will be shadowing me as we go through this process. She's crossed the finish line internally for the application process to be the new chief up here. So the next step in that process will be a meeting, kind of an interview, meet great with Victoria and some other staff. On that September 8th, I believe. So as long as he throws on that pretty smile and who's everybody, you'll be your next chief. So which is actually really great because there's gonna give us a lot of time to shadow and transfer the torch a little bit of the history and the knowledge of the town. And every time we come here and we talk, there's just so much behind the scenes things. Even though Sharon runs the streets at night and has a very, very vast knowledge of the town, there's always the behind the scenes things that will give her a really good shot at coming in, running and a quick easy transfer. So that is all transpiring. So I'll get right into a few things that have taken place. I was not able to attend the last meeting, but the festivals have both come and gone and they were operated great. We had no issues. I also want to give a shout out again to Zach and his staff. We had a lightning event and a heavy downpour rain event, and their safety plans came into effect and were flawless. I've got no injuries, nobody got hurt, nothing like that. It was followed to the T, and I was very happy to see that. Running some of those events out in the county for other reasons and just always having that fear of something going on out of your control and trying to manage 3,000 people and tell them where to go and what to do is always, nerve wracking. So shout out to Zach and Craig and their staff. They did a great job. National Night Out, we had that and it went out really well. We had about 400 people from town come through. We always get that tally off the burger and hot dog count that we buy and they're left over. So it was a great event. We landed a helicopter. That's always a big deal. I always want to give a shout out to Alliance Fire because they pull, they do all the cooking and they bring the grills and stuff. And SRO Rosie, he's my right hand man when it comes to National Night Out. He puts it all together. He really does. He gets the authorizations from me, but he does the legwork. So I always publicly want to mention those two because they are the reasons that National Night Out really does work. And thanks to everybody else that came and volunteered and all the booths that we had. So it was a great event. I was notified late last week. I think it's on August 29th, 30th. I can't remember. I won't be in town for this, but there's a benefit motorcycle ride coming through town. I don't have a lot of details because it was thrown at me very quickly, but we do have an ops plan coming for that because there will be a significant amount of motorcycles coming through town. It is a continuous rally fundraiser. Somebody in this room might have more information on than I had it. I just don't have it for you tonight. However, it's not a town sponsored event. It won't cost town anything, but we do run some extra duty. So I'll have extra police here to kind of escort the motorcycles in and out. I know that they will be breaking Oscar Blues and spending some money in the downtown area. Is it 30th? Okay, I knew it was one of those 2 days. I will be out of town, but I've got some quality folks that are going to be up here helping those motorcycle riders come in and out. So expect to see some things. And I can also forward up to Victoria the details when I did get them ironed out this week. So we're back to work. So I just want to kind of throw that out to everybody. I'm waiting on numbers for where we're at through the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter for the extra duty budget. Carla's working on those numbers for me right now, so that we can continue with the staffing, the extra duty traffic and parks patrols. Right now, we're still getting deputies that are signing up for that. So I know traffic on the weekends is always a big deal. So we're still having folks coming up and taking care of that. We always have to leave money aside for some of the Lions sponsored things, the parades that are coming up and things like that. So around this time of year, I usually get an update halfway through the year. But with the transition of Cody and then me, I've got an update coming here in the next week or two so that we know what we have through the remainder of the year and we can make sure that we have the funds that we need for the 2 parades that are coming. So got that. I think that's all my shout outs for sure. So I have a lot to update about the armed robbery. However, I can't share a lot of what I have to update about the armed robbery. I know I sound like a broken record, but it's just the policies and procedures that we have in law enforcement when we have an open pending investigation. We've had 3 detectives that are currently working it right now, following up a lot of leads and a lot of investigations so that we can do it right and make sure it happens. So thanks for your patience, but it's being worked on diligently for sure. That's all I have tonight.
Questions for Sergeant Harris?
I'm trying to see past you. Is this our new chief here? Is it Sharon?
I am Sharon.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
And I do want to know that this will be the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, the first time in the history of this town we've had a woman in this position.
Oh,
No.
We had a woman, when we had our own department, we had a
Ah.
chief that was a woman. She actually is Jill Babcock. She lived in the small house at the end of the Fourth Avenue.
When
Bridge.
was this?
Back in the seventies, seventies maybe. We had our own department.
See, I'm a newcomer. I've only been here 17 years.
Yeah, so, but this will be the first time through our Boulder County Sheriff contract.
Actually, the second time. So Pam House was here
Colorado.
as a sergeant.
The first female police chief in the state of Colorado was in mine. Still that.
That was in early 2000.
What else did you say, Bill?
I'm sorry, yeah, we had
Second.
Pam House was sergeant up here as well. In the early 2000s, late 90s and 2000s, from the sheriff's office. So.
Okay, but Sharon, I guess we don't want you there.
Okay.
Well, that was the primary thing.
I will say she's the first blonde haired, blue eyed sergeant.
There we go.
All right? Yeah.
I do have a question that yeah, that's a bit of a larger issue, but I don't remember having seen it at any point in time. I am assuming, and maybe this is not a safe assumption, but I'm assuming that Boulder County does not share any flock camera information with ICE.
Correct. That is a good assumption because we don't. So the sheriff's stance, just in general on ICE, is that if we need to show up and do anything related to something like that, it is merely to keep the peace. We will not follow the orders of ICE or anything like that. It is not it's out of our wheelhouse. However, if they were to come into town and do something and something were to happen, we would surely be there to make sure that law and order is protected and stand on those grounds alone. We will not act on behalf of us. I do remember the first go around with President Trump, where that was another issue again, and we lost a lot of people in town for a while until we had to basically establish the fact that we're not doing warrant sweeps, we're not rounding up anybody, and we still stand on those principles today, so.
I was just particularly thinking about our flock cameras in town.
Yeah, that has become an issue across the nation. I will tell you, it'll be a sad day if it goes that route, because flock cameras are an extensive tool that we use that solves so many crimes and track so many criminals and find so many lost abducted people. It is just amazing what flock can do. And I really hope that it doesn't go by the wayside, because it is an extremely valuable tool. It's one of the first things when we get something going on. We were using it about a month and a half ago when we had a fatal of the South St. Vrain. And there was a motorcycle involved with that. That was probably a contributing factor. And as I was leaving the substation going up there, that motorcycle passed me. So on my dash cam and on flock cameras, we see this motorcycle. We're still working, State Patrol is still working on this, but it's things like that that flock really, really helps. And we do not share any information with.
Other questions?
One comment on flock cameras, in a prior life, I was a chief privacy officer of a company. I'm very sensitive to these issues with ICE and others. In another more recent life, last year, I was the victim of an arson. And that arsonist was ultimately caught and charged and convicted, partly on the basis of the availability of flock information.
Yeah.
So I have mixed feelings about it, but I think tools like that in the best hands, used judiciously, can be very helpful. As we do have to be really vigilant about not using it with green.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yes.
So when we have the motorcycle rally, I assume something will come out from the town. Letting people know, because I remember last year, 2 years ago, it was just all hell. And you didn't know what was going on, so I think some.
That's why I wanted to bring it up today, because I did get wind of it just a couple days ago. I just
Yeah.
didn't have everything together at this time, but I will definitely get it up to Victoria with everything in the ops plan or cap for it.
Well, just so you know, Kim Mitchell texted me, they have filed a special event
Oh,
permit.
we have, okay.
So
Did not
she
know.
will work with you on that, but
Perfect.
they have that. In place.
If there's nothing else for Bill, we'll move to the administrators.
We will hit the streets. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Be safe out there.
Thank you.
Couple updates. I did want to note that the St. Vrain Corridor Extension Trail had its grand opening and ribbon cutting. It is now open to the public. I do want to clarify, I've had a few comments already, that this is a multimodal trail. And golf cars are allowed on it. Some people were apparently given some kind of harassed this weekend being told they weren't to be on it. So the entire St. Vrain Corridor Trail from the corner of Fifth and Broadway, all the way to Highway 66 is multimodal. We just ask that people use their normal trail etiquette. That golf cars yield the bikes and bikes yield the peds. And it will increase some signage in this area, but I do want to make that known, so people are aware of that. Lisa included several planning and building updates on some development projects. If any of you have questions, I'm happy to answer those. And then I did want to let you know that the Lions Valley Park and Martin Carl fire mitigation, we've discussed with the contractor and we have decided to move that to next Monday because of the high temps and dry. This is a grinding kind of operation, dealing with very dry wood. We do not want to do anything to spark anything, so any flames. So we are just gonna move it to next Monday. They'll be starting on Lions Valley Park area and then moving over to Martin. But we will get that advertised again, just out of pure caution, since hydrants are a ways away from both of those, the far sides of both of those sites. If you haven't noticed, Shay, the new legacy lion, has been placed in Bone Park. We'll give her a visit and enjoy that. There was also a request in the packet for a letter of support from Boulder County Housing Authority, asking if the town would support their grant application for scattered sites, funding for scattered sites throughout Boulder County. It is not just for Lions. There is no Town of Lions match. It's simply indicating that we want to help them support ownership of scattered site ownership as a new model and funding for homeownership. And then Cassie highlighted the budget calendar in preparation, so please get those dates on your calendars. And we are planning to have a Laura meeting this Thursday, August 21st at 5 p.m. We do have the owners of 402 Main coming forward to share their plans and talk with you about some options. And then we also want to remind you that there is not a board meeting on Monday, September 1st because of Labor Day. It will be Tuesday at 5:30. So just want to make sure you get that correct on your calendars as well. And then I do have an update on the pavement project. Chip sealing for those areas in Stone Canyon are scheduled now to begin, is scheduled for August 26th through the 28th. And then all of the striping to finalize all of the new paving and chip sealing is scheduled for September 8th and 9th. So for those impacted by that, that gives you a little timeline. The only other thing coming up that we hope to have a great turnout for is the artisan market in Bone Park on September 6th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Food, fun, lots of different vendors, and come and enjoy the end of summer with us outside. I think that is all I have right now, unless you have questions.
Questions?
Yes.
Yes, I have a very important question about 317 Evans. This
Yes.
report dates to August 14th, and you said in the next few days, they would receive their certificate of occupancy.
So close,
so,
so close.
we're like 4 days past
We're
August 14th this week.
I see no reason why it's not possible this week, but.
I can't wait to celebrate. There's going to be some sort of celebration, right?
Commissioner Davey, you look like you're celebrating already.
I'm so excited. You have no idea. If you need help moving in, you let me know. That was it.
Other questions?
What time did you say the lure meeting is on Thursday?
5 p.m.
One.
That you have to. And it can be virtual if we need to, but the owners of 402 Main will be here.
I have something early that afternoon, but I think that should be done by 5.
Okay.
I have a comment that I could email staff about this, I guess on Friday. In terms of authorizing the letter supporting Boulder County's housing program through scattered sites. I don't know what's in their proposal. I haven't seen their proposal. I'm reluctant to agree to signing off on something I haven't seen. Trustee Lowell and I in particular have had discussions with Boulder County staff, Richie, about that, and kind of gave our viewpoints on the extent to which lines taxpayers or ratepayers should be expected to contribute toward that project. I don't know what Boulder County envisions in that regard. I haven't heard from them. So at least from my perspective, I'm not in favor of signing on that off on that letter until I see what their proposal is. I'm not in favor of giving it a blank check.
Does anyone else on the board feel similar?
Yeah, I do. That was all the questions that I had, in their scattered site program application. I was curious whether there was expected contributions from the town included in that.
No, there is no local match at all for any of the communities. This is trying to get funding for a scattered site program for the overall county, all the communities in the county. It's not specific. They asked us if we would support, write a letter of support about its importance to us as Carter Court, as an option that's kind of underway already.
Is it your position that they have, they're speaking in generalities, they don't have specific sites that are mentioned and what the contributions and.
So we haven't seen the grant application. Carter Court is listed as a possible receiving site of the funds in their application, which is why they've requested it. I read through the criteria for the program. There's numerous criteria. Financial contribution is, things such as potential tap fee are things that could support their grant application, but unless town or Attorney Dittman disagrees, the Boulder County can't obligate the town of Lyons through a grant application to the state without our consent. So whatever they put in their grant application, I would assume would be vague in that they also agree that we don't have a development agreement with them obligating the town, right, to certain activities to support the application. We do have the Board of Trustees, as we know, we had the work session that indicated through, to continue to work on it with the intent to come back to you with formalizing either a purchase and sale agreement or a development agreement that could factor these out, but we're not obligated for an application.
Yes. My concern if we don't support this is that we would lose the support of Boulder County, so I don't want to send the wrong message either. I feel like we are open to this opportunity, we're still discussing it, we're still investigating it, so I think we need to move forward with our support.
So you're supportive.
Yes, of course.
Okay. And I have some struggle.
I trust Planner Richie, I'm hoping if there's nothing in there that beyond the $700,000 that they said that they might spend on the Carter Court lot, so they've obligated. If there's nothing in there, I know you're saying it doesn't obligate the town, But the fact that it might be in there is what concerns me.
Well, so in a follow-up in a future agenda, which right now we're planning for September 15th, we plan to bring forth the IGA between the town and the county. That would set the terms of accepting the $700,000 as well as a little bit more of a development scenario for those lots. So you'll have the opportunity before we essentially accept the $700,000 or dedicate the funds, which would probably revert back to BCHA to actually develop the property. You'll see an IGA with the criteria to accept.
So, those are the funds that they have to spend on the
The
project.
way the county is structuring it, the town would get the funds and then it would immediately, we would do a separate agreement to give them back to BCHA.
Seems very high.
Well, it's because if you want it to be used, it could be either the purchase of the lot or the restoration of the stream bank. And if it's the restoration of the stream bank, they will be able to do it much less expensive with the contractor they hire than we would as a separate contract. So you would most likely turn, we don't know what that looks like, we
Yeah.
haven't seen it. But there's a little clarification, the 700,000 is from Boulder County
Yeah.
AAHT dollars. This grant could possibly, the timing would be correct and they got it, could offset that, so the local dollars for AAHT can be spent on more projects.
Well, I understand, but they
Yeah.
could probably go further
Sure.
by getting this grant.
Yeah.
Really confused about is their the Passover, the $700,000.
Well,
Well, let's see
when
the
that comes
IGA.
up on the
That'll be
agenda,
September 15th.
we'll have,
I hope so.
we have a lot of questions as well, but that is, again, because it's a Boulder County tax, that the way the commissioners set up the program, it goes to the municipalities, and then the municipalities would then be contracting with BCHA then to execute the project, so.
I know we're gonna get into the
Yeah.
weeds on
Yeah.
this, so I appreciate
Yeah.
that. But the other thing that pointed out to the executive director when we were visiting areas, that stream bank restoration also includes 2 summit lots. So it's not just the town, you just can't remediate the town lots and let the rest of it stay the way it is. Because the design that we paid for now says the higher run of that bank. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, that's, yeah, thank you, that's beyond the scope of what I'm going to get to right now.
I support scattered site affordable development as a concept. I think that's an important addition to the variety of options that we should look at. I don't yet have an opinion on the Carter Court development. So my preference would be that we send a letter of support that threads that needle, that doesn't specifically refer to Carter Court. The current draft of the letter says we have some owned sites. I could support a letter that said, we think a scattered site program and even Boulder County Housing Authority's scattered site program is something that we would support.
Just to clarify, and we can modify the letter should you all agree, the application has already been submitted to the Division of Housing. It was actually due on August 14th. The division actually will accept kind of supplementary documents. So I don't know that Boulder County could amend whatever they put in their application, but we could certainly amend our letters.
I wouldn't ask them to strike Carter Court from their list of potential opportunities, but I think we should be careful about suggesting that we're ready to take a Carter Court development underway.
Absolutely.
Anybody have a problem with that, the recommendation?
I think that's certainly an improvement on the letter, that's still. Don't think it would be good for Boulder County if they wanted us to sign a letter supporting their grant application to provide us with a copy of the grant application. They didn't, it's not everything. So that is certainly an improvement to help support, but I still have no reservations about signing a letter, supporting something we haven't seen.
And I am in agreement with sending the letter, and I do like what Trustee Williams has said, so we just ask you to make that change to the letter, and then it is approved. Legal update.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So as the board knows, I sent you last week the latest executive order from the governor that came out last Wednesday. This specifically involves the impacts of grant funding and whether or not we are complying with the numerous different housing and planning laws that have been enacted the past couple of years. We've already talked at length about SB 24-174, which is the regional housing assessment, but also things like the ADU ordinance, residential occupancy limits, parking standards, transit-oriented development, building stair modernization, regional building codes for factory built structures, and potentially other future laws that may be enacted in the future, tying compliance with those laws to a number of different grant programs that goes far beyond the planning and housing kind of grant programs we've talked about in the future. Some of the big ones include the energy and mineral assistance grant funding, the Safe Routes to School funding. There's the opportunity to maybe even expand the type of grants that are included on this list, from what I understand. And from what I understand from CML, having talked to them extensively about this last Friday, that the next kind of step here, at least on the governor side of things, is that DOLA is being tasked with doing kind of a pseudo rulemaking to create some sort of matrix to determine basically how much in compliance you are with these various rules, and then using that to determine, to what grants you will or will not be eligible with. So there's still more to come on how this actually will work. But we have a pretty good idea of, kind of the scope of the impacts here, or at least the potential scope of the impacts. As I mentioned, and it's still not 100% public yet, there is going to be considerable challenges to this. It's going beyond the scope of, the authorizing legislation, in terms of being able to use, grant funding as a stick for compliance with those various statutes. In addition to a challenge on, the kind of the pseudo rulemaking aspect of this, whether or not that complies with the Administrative Procedure Act. And so those lawsuits, why I don't think they've been publicly announced yet, are definitely in the works from, several municipalities. So there's still a lot more to come on this, but I wanted to definitely bring that to your attention, kind of given our previous discussions about the impact of compliance with these state housing laws and, what potential impacts that may or may not have on grant funding. This is certainly a big deal. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions about it, as I have been talking with CML on this quite a bit. So happy to answer whatever questions I can, kind of given at this stage of the EO being released.
Questions for Attorney Goodman?
Yeah, Brandon, in your email, you state that this EO is seen as a part of a broader effort to restrict or eliminate various grant programs to shore up the state's budget. So now
Yep.
that's the way to address the budget, by doing away with grants because of eligibility.
Yeah, so that's a good point, and something I should have mentioned. So you're probably aware that there's going to be a special session of the General Assembly coming here pretty soon. The purpose primarily of that special session is to find basically $800 million in budget shortfall, which has been created by the federal government through the Big Beautiful Bill, reducing Medicaid and Medicaid funds that go to states. Is my general understanding of what the root of the issue is. And so one of the ways to plug that hole is to, limit grant funding to municipalities. And so CML is very concerned that a number of different programs may dry up by the actions of the General Assembly, in order to kind of plug that hole. There's other things that are going on too. It's not just local governments were being targeted. And, at least the initial take on this was this is kind of, part of the general strategy to justify, making those grant funds either be eliminated or certainly more restricted and then giving them out. And so, that special session hasn't happened yet. There will be a lot of horse trading in terms of basically finding the money to fill that gap. But, at least CML's take was this is part of the overall strategy to, find money to fill that gap in the state budget.
A little bit of black.
What was that? Sorry.
So Senator Marchman actually came to hold a town hall here, I believe it was on Saturday, last Saturday? And House Representative Leslie Smith was with her, and she spoke to the special session, which will take place in 3 days on August 21st. And how that budget shortfall of $800 million will be, how they will fill that. So it sounds like a third of that will come from reserves. A third of it will come from revenue, such as a federal tax break for corporations. And a third will be cuts that Governor Polis will decide as his executive privilege. Did you understand the same as what I noted here? That's what I've written down in my notes.
What I sensed was, that it was going to be cuts and they were looking for ways to make cuts that did not start there.
Right.
So this certainly makes sense, what Brandon is saying, and I think will affect us in, a lot of areas, including something we'll be talking about later, that's in the workshop. As, I think grants that maybe were common in the past, we're going to have to not make the assumptions that, that the best indication of future behavior will be past behavior. In this case, because of because of that. Would that be correct, Raymond? Your perspective?
Yeah, I think that's certainly, I think, a good take on this. And we don't know what the outcome will be of either the special session or how this EO will work. But I think it'd be smart to not assume that what has worked in the past will continue to work in the future.
Other questions for Brandon?
When does Governor Polis's term end?
Next year,
Like end of
he's a lame
February?
duck. He's a lame duck next year. So that'll be next end of the, what I think is January 20th, right, of 2027.
replaced.
Yeah.
Could a future governor rescind this most recent executive order and the prior one that's already being challenged?
Certainly. Yeah, certainly a future governor could have a certain different take on this.
The challenge, the legal challenges that are gonna be made to this, I presume will go through the Colorado state court system rather than the federal court system, since we're talking about state constitutional and statute.
Yep, that's correct.
And do you know if the challenge that's gonna be made to this will include a request for preliminary interim relief? Such as the challenges we have seen on the federal level to allegedly unauthorized executive action. You expect the same type of interim measures to discuss whether a court would issue an injunction from him overstepping his authority?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly be requested, right? And so, injunction means you're basically asking that something not happen. And I think that, the municipality to choose the challenges will certainly be asking for an injunction. Whether or not it's successful or not is hard to determine. Usually have to basically prove that you will be irreparably harmed if it's not granted. It's kind of a high bar, but there's certainly potential it could be granted.
One editorial comment in response to something you mentioned, which is you mentioned Senate Bill 24-147 that we've talked about in some detail.
Yeah.
And I just want, as we discussed in our last meeting, that statute has specific provisions in it that says that if you don't qualify for under Senate Bill 24-147, through DOLA as they've meet the requirements they've set out, then the consequences of that are, the statute spells out two specific consequences. And then it follows with a subsection that even says DOLA shall not basically further discriminate against local and county governments other than what's said in the statute. And so that if you have a gubernatorial edict that says you shall discriminate across the board for noncompliance, clearly that looks with the statute. And I've read a lot of discussion in the press and elsewhere that the governor maintains that I'm not doing what President Trump did because what I do is not in conflict with the statutes. And I just want to say, looks like a mirror image to me. End of comment.
Any other questions for Attorney Bittman? Then I want to go back to the administrator, because we did not get the budget or the
Finance update.
finance report.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Cassie's here and her report was in your packet, but I know the public likes to hear how we're doing on sales tax and expenses and revenue.
Good evening. The report that you have in front of you is through the July expenses. I was able to reconcile that one really quick, so we get through July. I think an important thing to point out is that we are still strong with our sales tax. Year to date, we're up 7%. However, July was the month of July sales were actually probably our slowest growth or our slowest increase with 3.6%. So, that's something that we'll definitely continue to watch, and especially as budget's coming, I do like to get a couple more months in before I make a sales tax projection for next year. But we are still up 7%, which is about $57,000. Another thing to note, though, is the next month that we'll be reporting on is July. And July 1st, as you might remember, and this goes back to the state's budget deficit, is the first month that we will see that decrease in the state's marijuana tax that they remit back to the municipalities. So we will see less revenue from that just starting next month. So that's something to report. Other than that, our revenues are strong. We're exceeding our expenditures as expected in all of our funds except for wastewater and stormwater, which were expected on both because wastewater we pay debt payments. So we typically don't see that higher until the end of the year. And then this year in stormwater, we had the culvert repair or inspection report. So that obviously had higher expenses that we were pulling from the fund balance for that. But other than that, that is all I have to report, and happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Director, I said.
It looks like on our local marijuana tax revenue that we're finally starting to see locally what I've seen reported statewide, which is our collections are finally starting to drop below what they were historically. At least they've been that way the last 2 or 3 months. So,
Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. And it's seen statewide. That is that way continually. So I don't imagine that we're going to see an increase. I don't think the state's projecting that they're going to see an increase either. So that is definitely something to be aware of, as well as if the board does continue to allocate that 25% of the local tax towards mental health and substance abuse programs.
you might need to project somewhat of a slight decrease next year in that local marijuana tax.
Correct.
Thank you.
Budget trend. Any other questions for Director Easton? Thank you very much. We're going to move ahead then to ordinances and public hearings. First up is the second reading, public hearing ordinance 1194, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 9 of the Lyons Municipal Code sign regulations to allow feather banner signs. Do a staff report.
Yes, we do. We'll start here. So, tonight we're here to consider a targeted amendment to our sign code to consider the allowance of feather banners. You all heard a request from the EBC back in July to allow feather banners in certain circumstances. Board of Trustees directed staff to prepare an amendment to the sign code. Currently, for a little bit of background, wind signs are a category of prohibited signs in Lyons. We've left that in, but we've created a new category called a feather banner. So, and that's, when you Google feather banner, you get an image that looks like this. So it's kind of a common term. Our sign code does not have any definitions. And as we mentioned before, our sign code is in need of kind of a comprehensive rewrite. So, again, very targeted amendment. Because this was, I'm going to pass this around just so folks can feel how heavy it is, because we'll get to this in a second. Because this was probably the fastest ordinance I've ever kind of tried to put together, we have a number of suggested amendments for you that are outlined in yellow. So the first is just the suggestion from Trustee Browning that it's a licensed business. So again, I think that's a good add. Just have a little cleanup here in the middle. And that at the suggestion of PCDC, we would allow through a special event permit, a nonprofit or a special event could have a feather banner as well. So we added that language. What this goes this way. That's the piece that goes in the ground, and it's the piece that has prompted staff to require a sign permit if a business wants to put one of those in the right of way. This was acquired after someone damaged irrigation lines, which apparently happens from time to time when property owners don't work with town staff. And so it's not intended to restrict the placement of one in the right of way. It's really just intended to say it can go here, not here. So, again, a few changes highlighted in yellow, since the time that you all saw this on first reading. Planning Commission suggested we clarify somewhere in the ordinance that these are made of fabric. So we revised the first sentence. Because we would allow them as under a special event permit, you know, maybe for kind of an advertisement, hey, turn here for something over there. We've got rid of the content language there, stricken it entirely. We added the restriction to block visibility of an official traffic sign, and I revised vision clearance area to sight distance triangle, which is more commonly used in our code. If not, the rest of this is everything that's in the ordinance. I don't need to read it word for word unless you all have questions. And with that, we're recommending approval of this ordinance. So happy to take any questions you might have on any of the regulations before you.
Questions? No questions for staff, Brandon. Then I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this particular issue? When once going twice, I will close the public hearing. And is there a motion?
I move to approve ordinance 1145, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 19 of the Lyons Municipal Code to allow feather banners with the recommended changes to the ordinance as described in staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Do you have anything they want to say or ask about this before?
I would just add that, I mean, I thank town staff for moving this along quickly for the EBC, so. It's good the EBC reached out and suggested the change, so good. So something, a good example of how things should work.
My question is, did the original motion, and it's hard for me to hear tonight because I'm in a hotel room in New Orleans. Did it include the changes as recommended by staff? Because we did not make these changes, you know, because they were recommended by by the PCDC between meetings. They're not part of the ordinances included in the packet, so we will need to make a motion to make that amendment. It somehow, so.
I think we're okay. The motion included accepting the changes listed in the staff report.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we got that.
Thanks, Brandon.
Any other discussion? We got the second. Then I'll call for a vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Move on to second reading, public hearing, ordinance 1196, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, annexing the property located at 4497 Butte Highway to the town of Lyons, Colorado. Staff report.
No report at this time. At the request of the applicant, we are requesting a continuance to the September 2nd meeting to allow more time for either negotiation or understanding of the terms.
Any questions for staff? I will then.
Yeah, one reminder on the process for this, that unfortunately annexation laws in Colorado are very specific that we must open a public hearing and have it open for at least an hour. And so after conferring with other people, apparently other people do run their things concurrently. So we could open that public hearing, basically set a timer for an hour. And during that time, if anyone wants to show up and do public comment, they can do so. And then at the end of that hour, then we will have a motion to continue.
And I will open the public hearing for ordinance 1194. Anybody who wants to speak, you have. I'm sorry.
You are.
96. Anybody who wants to speak will have an hour to present themselves and speak related to that. Moving on to second reading, public hearing, ordinance 1196. Ordinance 1197, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, zoning 4497 Union Highway of the 4497 Union Highway annexation to commercial eastern corridor. Staff would work.
Again, this accompanies the request for annexation. We're requesting a continuance, so you can consider this together with the annexation to September 2nd.
Questions for staff?
And this one we can continue now. It doesn't have the same requirements to it. So if you want to do the motion to continue now, you can do so.
So do I have a motion to forward this? To a date certain of September 2nd? Yes.
I move to forward this annexation to a date certain of September 2nd.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Just to be clear, this is for the rezoning, not the annexation, just for the record.
All right.
That motion passes unanimously.
And move on to first reading, ordinance 1195. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, removing sections 17-14-10 and 17-14-20. And amending section 13-3-90 of the Lyons Municipal Code, modifying the water rights dedication requirements. Staff report.
Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, so this is an ordinance that will modify the water rights dedication requirements. Currently, those requirements are found in the subdivision and annexation sections of the Lyons Municipal Code. That is left over from a time when the town was handling its own water treatment and not involved with the agreement for Longmont. So over time, with some recent annexations, it's been determined that the water rights dedication is more appropriately determined when development actually is connecting to the water system, not specifically when it's annexing in or subdividing. This is because our water rights dedication is based on the service connections and what we have to dedicate to Longmont. It's not based on how much acreage is coming into the town. So this ordinance would remove the portions of code that deal with water rights dedication from an annexation or a subdivision and move that up into the water utility code, section 13-390, where it will then document that for each new service connection or tap, it has some exclusions to it that were not subject to a land use approval or a contractual agreement concerning water rights. This has to do with, at the time we signed our agreement with Longmont, there were properties in town that were already considered to have water rights based on what the town had. Or currently, 4 of those documented. We have seen at least one other agreement come out for that was a pre-existing commitment for water. So excluding those and excluding connections that are done for a fire sprinkler, this will require a water rights dedication be made. The determination of what those water rights are is being handled by a policy that is developed by resolution. So the ordinance then refers that the amount or the type of water rights that are dedicated shall be based on the policy that is adopted by resolution. There's then a second section to this code that also allows that cash in lieu of water rights dedication may be submitted subject to approval or at the discretion of the Board of Trustees. And that would have to be a monetary equivalent to the water rights required to be dedicated.
Questions for Director Admin?
Something I just realized, I'm looking over this one more time. We're deleting existing sections in chapter 17 from the news. Chapter 13, we should find it. Chapter 17 on annexations read, before property is annexed, water rights shall be put up. There's nothing in the new sections that talks about the makes a requirement that you do that before property is annexed. So will this change the timing of when water rights are put up, and do we want to do that?
Yes, it was to change the timing to be when the I wonder if that falls in the policy, so dedicated water rights pursuant to the town's water rights dedication policy. Let's refer back to that policy, because I thought it talks about the service connection in the policy, but it was to be changed. The intended reading was to require that to be when the service connections were being made or when a development.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good change. I'm just thinking, this would allow somebody to annex in. But the water rights issues, whatever requirements we might put on them, wouldn't have been determined yet. Put that off until after annexation.
Correct. Because currently, anytime I've seen the annexations, we're not determining at the time of annexation. Well, I only had two. The last one that we did, we weren't sure, and so we basically had to require the board to go in and say, okay, in this case, we're not gonna follow what the code says and require it based on annexation. We're going to do it at the development. And I believe the only other one was back with Bluegrass annexation a number of years ago, where it also wasn't done specifically then. They actually maybe even already had the water service connection, so that didn't count.
I can see that because it's more flexibility, because you don't always know time of annexation. Exactly what someone's proposed uses are gonna be at this potential water rights.
Yeah.
But
I would say
can
pretty
see
much always you're not gonna know. I think in most cases you're not gonna know. Yeah.
Former Mayor Angelo was in the, and all of that stuff should be hammered out up front before you do the annexation. It's not always, I agree with you, it's not always feasible to do that, but annexations can get a momentum of their own where they're most of the way done. Oh, we gotta get this finished. But if there's not an agreement on utilities halfway through, potential developer in the annex party could be in limbo and the town could be in limbo. So I suppose it does add more flexibility. So I'm not necessarily objecting that. I'm just objecting to that. I'm just noting that it may well change the timing of when we take up these issues and push it back post annexation. But then even after annexation, then that's usually followed by a development agreement. Would that be the anticipated time in which we would hash out the water rights?
Yeah, so if you look at the edit, it says that for each new service connection or tap, which would be governed essentially by the development agreement, or the annexation agreement saying you must connect within a certain amount of time. And so whenever that period is, whether it's pursuant to a future development agreement or pursuant to the timing of the annexation agreement, which may be, 3 years, 5 years after annexation, whatever it may be, at that time that connection is made is when the water rights would be put up, based on essentially the tap size of that kind of service connection.
Do you have a comment? So you.
Oh, I was just, since this is first reading, maybe we could add just, or as agreed to, by the Board of Trustees for, separate agreement. If we need, this allows more flexibility, but also if you need more specific to be able to enforce.
I'm not sure we need that in the code. I'm just going through what the consequences are of pushing the timing of that issue back. Sometimes water rights and utilities issues can make or break what somebody wants to do with the property.
Certainly can.
That in these situations, I don't have any particular one in mind when you're halfway through, it's been annexed and here's a development agreement, and a board or staff doesn't like it, and what do? You're already in town. But you don't have your
I could
utilities.
see that scenario happening where
I could
someone
too.
doesn't have a really good understanding of the cost or the timing or the process for this.
Yeah.
And they push it off and then they're annexed and then all of a sudden we can't afford these water rights.
But I think the annexation agreement will still include the requirement to connect to the utility system. And therefore, there will be some discussion. It may not get that in depth. We'd have the current annexation with, we could see how that goes with somebody having an understanding of the water rights and what needs to be dedicated. But there would be upfront saying you will need to connect to the utilities. Have you considered what that involves? Because in addition to the water rights, and in some cases now we're seeing it's even more expensive by far to actually get connected to the water or the wastewater system in one case. So if they're not looking at all of those fees, I think we have more problems than just the concern on the water rights.
Yeah, it's not just water, it's sewer connections can be even more expensive, I know that, okay. Oh, and one other question. The policy that we talked about in the workshop, and it's referenced to me, and it's not really on the, I didn't see it specifically on the agenda, right? I had some proposed.
It is.
It is in the resolution, the consent agenda, so if you will want to pull it.
Yeah, and it can be moved to another agenda too. You know, it doesn't
Yeah.
need to be approved until the second reading happens. And so if we need to spend more time on that, we can.
Okay, so maybe I'll circulate those changes to staff and those changes between now and second reading, rather than trying to do them tonight. Okay.
Yeah, it's a resolution, so we can make those changes, you know,
Or what
potentially.
proposed to the trustees, for the trustees if they want those changes.
Attorney David, were you here for the workshop?
I was, yeah, I was here. I've been my camera's off because I'm in a small hotel room, but
The policy in some respects in our adopted affordable housing resolution, so I'll try to get some specific language to you and the staff prior to second reading on this ordinance.
Any other questions for staff? With the motion,
I move to approve ordinance 1195 on first reading, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, removing sections 17-14-10 and 17-14-20, and amending section 13-3-90 of the Lyons Municipal Code, modifying the water rights dedication requirements.
is there a second? Second. Steve, no seconds. Discussion.
I think this is a good thing to do. It's always been difficult to try to know to find these utilities, but you want to look in the utilities section, you gotta go back and look at annexations and subdivisions, even when the water rights and the utilities issues may not pertain to the property that's being annexed or subdivided. It's just a regular, something already in town limits and they want to change the use, and what water share do they have to put up, what tap fees do they have to pay to go to a subdivisions and annexation section of the code. Didn't make any sense. There's probably historical reasons for that, because most of these things used to come up in the context of annexations and subdivisions when we were doing a lot of that in lines, but we no longer are. They're kind of few and far between. So it does make sense to move this to the utilities chapter of the code, and I support the motion.
Other thoughts about this? If there are no other thoughts, I will call for a vote.
Just one.
Oops, yes.
There's a note in the proposed ordinance that suggests that it is our town policy for the borders of our town to essentially mirror the extension of our utilities. And I think it's important to highlight that this will further instantiate that policy. So if we agree with that policy, fantastic. If we have concerns about that policy, then we will have cemented it just a little bit more than we had before. I happen to live on a road that is in town, but to which utilities have not been extended and are not expected to be extended. So there are a few at the margin inconsistencies between our borders and our ability to provide utilities. And I just like people to be aware of that tension between what we would like to be the case throughout Lyons and what may not always be practical.
And likewise, there are properties in Apple Valley that have town water that aren't in town limits. I think both your subdivision and Apple Valley, those were special purpose, specific reasons for those. I'm not quite sure what they were for Mooresburg edition. I tried to research that actually, and I couldn't find anything on it at the library. But anyway, you're right. That is something we need to keep an eye on. I think in general, that is a good policy to, if you're in town limits, you ought to be on town utilities.
Agreed.
And that we should not extend town utilities except in special circumstances to people living outside town limits, because the town taxpayers would help subsidize that, so.
Anything else? Any additional discussion? Then I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
And Dolores, would you read into the record the consent agenda?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2025-59, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a rural economic development initiative grant ready from the state of Colorado for upgrades to the visitor center. Item 2 is resolution 2025-60, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an extension to the Lyons Planning Area Comprehensive Development Plan intergovernmental development agreement with Boulder County. Item 3 is resolution 2025-61, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, opting into the Denver Regional Council of Governments Regional Housing Needs Assessment in order to comply with the housing needs assessment requirements set forth in Colorado Senate Bill 24-174. Item 4 is resolution 2025-62, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding a proposal for the design of the wastewater treatment facility upgrades to Consor North America Incorporated and approving a professional services agreement, project number 25-wastewater-01. Item 5 is resolution 2025-63, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a water rights dedication policy. Item 6 are the August 4th, 2025 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes. Item 7 is the August 8th, 2025 special Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And the final item are the August accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there anything anybody wants to remove from the consent agenda?
Yes, I'd like to remove items 3 and 4.
Items 3 and 4, any other removals? If not, I'll accept the motion to accept consent. As amended.
Sorry, one more point of discussion. Did we consider removing item 5? And delaying it?
Oh. That's where it was. I didn't see it on. Yeah, I'd like to remove. General business.
Yep. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Is there a motion to accept with these 3 removed from the consent agenda?
So moved.
Accepted. Any second? No discussion, vote please.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, resolution 2025-61.
Yes, I'm gonna propose, what I hope is kind of a middle path on this in between the extremes of just saying no to something that I think has potentially very great costs for the taxpayers and ratepayers of Lyons, or signing on to a state and regional council of governments proposal that my view of it is extreme. It is based on false numbers, basically, to put it mildly. We talked about this last time, and the middle path I'm going to propose is that we board request a meeting with the Denver Regional Council of Governments staff, between town staff and a to be named board delegation, to see if we can go through some of these numbers and better understand where they came from, and to the extent that we may think that they're incorrect, see if Dr. Cobb is open to modifying their needs assessment with respect to the town of Lyons. I don't want to go great length on this, but I do want to mention a few salient factors in considering whether that proposed middle course of action is something at least worth trying. Number one, I would point out in the materials that Planner Ritchie put into the packet, that the community engagement process that they went through to do these, Dr. Cobb needs assessments notably did not include Lions. I looked through that entire list of all the community engagement they've done, nothing had to do with Lions. So we didn't have any input that I know of to this. Certainly, when I've been on the board, I'm not aware of having provided any input. Whether there was input on the staff level outside of the process, I don't know. But that is an initial concern. Just ticking off a list of other concerns I had. I mentioned this last time. 36% of the weight of whatever formula they used to determine their needs assessment was based on there being 834 Lions jobs. If you dive into that data, there are not 834 jobs in Lions. Census data says there are 834 people employed in Lions who have jobs, not necessarily in Lions. So why that would translate into projecting future housing needs in Lions for people that live in Lions and work elsewhere that just doesn't logically follow to me. And the label that was put on that is 834 Lions jobs. It's just a false label. There's no other way to put it. Part of the Dr. God data under dwelling type, go into the database that Planner Richie, and I thank her for doing that, for putting that resource into the packet. Under dwelling type, if you look down and find Lions, it says that there are 1,430 detached dwelling units in Lions. There are not 1,430 detached dwelling units in Lions. Our Housing Futures plan that we did locally says that there are 721 single family homes instead of 1,430. Those are detached single family dwelling units. So that's just wrong. And their numbers are even inconsistent within their own database. If you go under household size, there they show 1,508 dwelling units, not 1,430. So they're even inconsistent internally. Look at their permits data that they have. The most recent year they have is 2022 for permitting in Lions. Now, right off the bat, because that's outdated, that's not going to pick up permitting for Summit, and it's not going to pick up permitting for Evans Street. So we have more than doubled our affordable housing units in Lions since the data in this database, but that's not shown anywhere in their database. So it's outdated, even if their numbers were right. And look at the numbers they showed for the last year in their database, 2022. It shows permits issued for 13 single unit dwelling units in Lions and 8 dwelling units that are composed of 3 to 4 units each. I mean, a total of 8 units, 3 to 4 units each. So basically 2 3 to 4 unit permits. There were no such things in Lions in 2022. And we did not issue 13 permits in 2022 for new single family residences. I look back at the water letter, we issued 1. They never use the actual number for what the population projection, which is 40% of their weighted formula. They never give us the actual number for that. And as I read the first slide in the packet from the last meeting, it appears to show, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, and that's something that I'd like to discuss and ask with them. It appears to show that greater than 50% of Lions residents are less than 50% AMI incomes. And if that's what it shows, that's not right. There's just no way that that's correct. So there are serious discrepancies both internally in the Dr. Cog numbers, and they don't match our local numbers that I believe are more accurate. So to me, the proper way to approach this when you have disagreements on key numbers and figures is to sit down with who did the numbers and ask, where'd you get them from? Here's our numbers. Why do they differ so much? Are there some numbers we can agree on? And if we can agree on numbers, what would your formula for housing needs show if we can all agree on what the numbers are? I don't know Dr. God's staffing on procedures that well. They may well say, no, we don't have time for you, in which case we're going to have a difficult decision on our hands. But I think that's the proper way to approach something when you have serious disagreements about its accuracy. Sit down with the source of the report and see if you can understand it fully and talk about any differences. And that's what I would propose we do.
To ask the staff.
So I don't disagree that there's errors in the data. I think, a couple different reasons. For one, it was a consultant team that's well respected, but they were looking at the entire Denver metro region, right? census data, the smaller you get, the margin and the margin of error also increases, right? So I'm not sure how they were reflecting margin of error. I don't know. I've noticed some of these similar discrepancies over the years with when you're trying to dial in, permits issued on a year, like long-term trends are usually correct, but sometimes people will miscategorize this project into a different year based on when a report gets logged, and sometimes it's a permit issued or a permit final. So I guess all that said, I'm not surprised that the numbers, that there's inconsistencies in the numbers. In the process to amend the housing needs assessment, should the board direct staff to request that, we certainly can, although, as you probably know, the housing needs assessment was accepted and adopted by the entire DRCOG board, right? So I don't know that they're going to take the time or have the capacity to work specifically with Lions. And I think the answer would probably be, if you're not confident in your numbers, that's a really great reason to do our own housing needs assessment, right? There are grant funds to do our own housing needs assessment. We could dive into these numbers, explore these numbers, and go from there. So certainly can ask if that's the direction of the board, but I would not hold out much hope that we would get an updated deep dive into Lions specific data in the next 3 weeks that this is due.
Administrator Simonson.
I agree with that. I think that most likely because DRCOG operates as a metro area. They probably took the general trends and stats for the area and applied them to Lions. And we are an anomaly. And we've always been an anomaly at DRCOG. And always kind of an outlier of, are we truly metro or rural? And that seems to go back and forth based on what we're trying to do here. So I agree with Lisa. I hate to do it. I hate to go through another housing needs assessment. But if you are that concerned with joining the HNA because of these statistics, I think this is a big lift for DRCOG to open and change this for probably less than 1% of their population. But we can certainly apply for grants if you want to go through a housing needs assessment again, or we join in knowing that these numbers aren't correct. We can certainly meet with them. I don't know that it takes a BOT contingency. I think staff level, we can go and share these concerns and say, can we add maybe an amendment or some form of addendum that Lions wants to redo their numbers or something. But really up to the board. This was put on consent due to board direction last time to join. So if you've changed your mind about that, we'll need a new rule.
No, but if we could just kind of rehash some of the discussion we had last meeting. And so my understanding, this was a requirement to participate in certain grant funding.
Sure.
And so.
It's a requirement to be compliant with state law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it's a shame it doesn't, our new housing assessment, but I get it, the state wants to have a normalized assessment. Okay, so if we don't opt in, we're not eligible for potential funding on grants, correct? So.
Well, according to what Attorney Pittman said, that's gonna be challenged.
Okay. So. And I guess, go ahead.
Sorry, I would just put an asterisk to that, if we don't opt in or
Do our own.
redo our
Understood.
assessment, then we would be ineligible.
Yeah, which, we got so many other things. So I'm just, so if we accept this as is, then are we obligated to have strategies based on these numbers? That's that.
Yeah.
So, yes, although I have asked a number of questions to DOLA specifically around when does the clock start, right? If this, and as I mentioned, it's not clear to me how we can essentially take credit for what has happened and gotten built since this study was completed, right? So the study was completed in 2023. We issued permits for Summit Housing in 23. We issued permits for Evans in 23, right? I mean, if we can essentially count those, then these, you know, recommended number of 100 and change is, you know, less of a barrier. It's not, so the language in the ordinance, so the next step is the housing action plan. And the language in the statute, in addition to providing some more details, basically states housing action plan must be responsive to an accepted housing needs assessment and demonstrate the local government's commitment to address demonstrated housing need and guides the local development in developing legislative actions, promoting regional coordination, and informing the public of the local government's efforts to address the housing needs in the jurisdiction. It's not like Prop 123, as I read it, where we have to permit a number of units.
So could we use, we sign on to this, accept Dr. Todd's assessment. Do we use our numbers then as we move forward from our prior housing assessment? And
Those weren't very accepted either.
I think
and part of this shows growth to 2050. Who the hell knows what's gonna happen in 2050? I mean, nobody can predict the future. And I mean, if Lucan and, you know, the one property, A, B, C, I forget what it is. I mean,
I don't know that we couldn't already meet the housing action plan, right? I mean, we have, you know, we're negotiating an IGA with Boulder County, which assumes our boundaries will grow over time, that could support additional development. We've allowed ADUs, we have incentives for affordable housing, right? I don't know that we couldn't say, even if we don't disagree with the numbers that we have, that we've already taken a number of strategies that could support the housing needs assessment. And I think that's the part that's we don't have a lot of guidance on that in terms of how specific we need to demonstrate that. But I think there's a reasonable argument that the town of Lyons could make that shows we're already taking action for it. The other thing, to your point earlier, is the housing action plan isn't due until 2028. It's, you know, a ways out in terms of legislative action, amending legislation, different priorities and things like that. Not to say, it just means we don't have to develop that housing action plan for a while yet.
It's just,
I have a couple of comments. One, it looks like we have until September 12th to submit any comments. You have a lot of comments. You've made a lot of comments.
We can submit.
We can totally submit all of those comments, and I would love to continue this to September 2nd, when Mayor Rogan will be back, because she is the liaison to Dr. Cog. And I would love to hear what her assessment of this is, because I'd like to think she was part of these, you know, discussions around this assessment. And so I think she's gonna be able to educate us a little bit more, inform us as to, you know, not the intent, but like the numbers, for example. And I think at the very least, we need to submit comment to say, well, we don't agree with these numbers here, but we believe the numbers to be true. But I'd love to hear more from Mayor Rogan as a representative at Dr. Cog.
Yeah, I know. This is the second housing related document that we've seen that have blatantly false numbers. I'm just tired of dealing with inaccurate numbers that may affect grants that we may get. The numbers are beyond the pale. I mean, we can say that they just extrapolated regional numbers onto Lyons and this is what they came up with. But, you know, even now I can see the old Bohannon Houston surveys, Bohannon Houston paper. I'm finding it in references now. Who remembers the addendum that we put on it if we just list that as a housing assessment that we've done or a housing survey? Do we have time between now and September 12th, even if you move it out to September 2nd, do we have time to submit the comments, number one? And number two, what weight do those comments carry? Are they going to be part of a formal RHNA? Is that, or is it just gonna be, oh, okay, and shoved in a drawer somewhere?
I think it's to be determined what Dr. Cog may do with any of the comments provided by local governments. So all of the local governments considering this are in our 60-day window. So I think at some point it will be interesting to see if they compile that, respond to that. We don't know. But I would say there is time. If you'd like to meet on September 2nd, there wouldn't be time to kind of further refine comments after that date. So you'd have to come, I think, prepared with what we'd like in the resolution.
I think we could encapsulate all of our comments in a 1 or 1.5 pager. It's not a big deal. No,
Town board has significant concerns related to the
that's
accuracy.
one point,
Yeah.
right, we do have good stuff.
I mean, I could summarize what I've heard, right? Town board has significant concerns related to the accuracy of the data in the needs assessment.
Yep. The other thing I'm concerned about is we were never engaged with Dr. Clark, even smaller communities like I know that never participated in the stakeholder.
I don't know if Mayor Rogan
Were we
did.
ever invited?
So
We
that,
don't
so
know.
that's a question I
It's
really
a-
need to ask this,
yeah.
Mayor Rogan, yeah.
I don't know if it occurred, you know, we certainly, Mayor wrote, you know, the thing about DRCOG is every community's one vote has equal weight. And so if we don't know what her involvement was with this or her vote on this process or all of that, I agree, I'd like to know. And then I don't know if early on, if this was like discussed over a year ago, it was back when it was probably Planner Bowen at his early start in Lyons, where he thought the housing had a different priority than later, when that came out. I don't
Nobody
say that
agreed,
politically correct, but it could have been, he participated and felt very strongly, you know, that we were fully supportive of going after housing.
And nobody knew at the time.
It clearly says Lyons wasn't part of the stakeholder, was listed.
It's not in the summary, that's correct. Nobody knew when this housing needs assessment was getting drafted that this next legislative session would adopt a law that would then allow a regional housing needs assessment that could be met by Dr. Cog, right? So I think, you know, given the small staff, I don't know that, you know, blame is really warranted on staff for not predicting where this was gonna go and participating in Dr. Cog with Mayor Rogan's presence, so.
Trustee Williams.
I have two priorities that are in opposition here. One is moderating the number of studies that we have to commission. I think we've got limited resources and I have to be conscious of that. The other is entangling our fate with every other jurisdiction that surrounds us. And in order to reconcile those in this case, my inclination is to try to sign on to this regional assessment, but to give them comments. And the comments might not be the very detailed problems that we have with individual numbers, but recognizing that some of the numbers might not represent our particular jurisdiction, our particular economy, what we know about the size of our population, what we know about the number of households and the number of homes. So if we were to make even that kind of comment, it seems that that puts enough of a placeholder for further discussions as we work on action plan and as we work with our partners at Dr. Cog, without having to undertake a whole new needs assessment and without having to update the one that we've got to make it compliant, but also not to risk loss of eligibility as we try to work our way through this tension.
I agree with your metric response.
That is in fact my feeling, exactly on this. That we would, go ahead and agree to be a part of this, but providing a letter that indicates the difficulties related to it. I hear the interest and concern for extending it to a date certain where Mayor Rogan can weigh in on this. From a staff perspective, what are the risks related to doing that?
There's no risk to September 2nd. We still have adequate time to meet the deadline of September 12th.
Yeah, it'll just be a lengthy meeting with the other
Well,
public
sure.
hearings being, you know, it's gonna be lengthy, but that's the only.
And I can try and draft comments for you all to respond to, just given a few examples maybe of where we know we've identified data
Well, if we
inconsistencies.
can share those now and
I have a
include.
draft that I would
Oh, great.
share,
Okay.
which could be included as in the September 2nd agenda if we did that.
Sure, and then all of you can.
Circulate this board with individual
Yep.
review without.
Yeah.
Group discussion.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable voting on this tonight. I mean, you could, but I'm not comfortable doing that. I would welcome a motion to continue this to a date certain of September 2nd.
Yep, I motion to continue this to a date certain of September 2nd.
Is there a second?
Second,
And any discussion?
would it be possible in the interim? And then maybe it would be best to wait till Mayor Rogan is back and can communicate about this, because she has contacts at Dr. Cobb, I know. And see what their amenability is on a staff level. To meet with at least the staff delegation, between now and September 2nd, and maybe get some more insight on where some of this stuff came from.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly, if I'm seeing head nods to reach out to Dr. Cog in advance of September 2nd.
Just at the staff level to let them know, we do have some, we really want to be a part of this, but we feel our data is not accurate. Just give them a heads up.
Yep.
And see how they react to that.
Yeah.
Any other discussion?
On the continuance, I would use that time as much as possible to create a very simple statement of comment. It's a long way from no comment, which is where we were before, to all of our concerns about all of their processes and all of their numbers. So I would try to capture the substance of our problem and then later work with them and work on our own action plan to address those problems.
To me, one of the things that we get out of that is if at some point in time we do end up, then because we signed on to it, having the state saying, well, you signed on to these numbers and therefore you have to do this, because they, yeah, but we actually informed you at that time of these concerns, and there's a paper trail for that, so I'm in agreement with that. I'm gonna call for the vote on this.
Motion passes unanimously.
And
Item 4.
item 4, resolution 2025-62.
Yeah, I pull this because due to painful, extended years of experience with regard to designing improvements to a wastewater treatment plant, I simply could not in good conscience let this get approved on a consent agenda. I'm doing more bad than my record. Don't want to get into it. I hope Honeywell is doing fine.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions just to kind of make sure we get where we're going to do. Question number 1, based on the same painful years of experience. What is Consor's experience in doing design work for wastewater treatment plants?
They have a department that does have they had their lead come out and do that. We interviewed all of them, all the ones out there. So they were talking about their interactions with CDPHE and dealing with the permits. I suppose that's not specifically the design. Their scope to the approach of the projects was what really pushed them over the top in their actual proposal. They have great detail on understanding what was in that master plan and what the town was then looking for based on that. And so their qualifications were up there. 3 of the 4 all appeared to have good wastewater, water departments that worked. One of them was slightly less and didn't score as well.
And your second question?
They do have extensive experience with wastewater treatment plants in the state of Colorado.
Yes, I'd have to see how much they've done. So let's say, I know their lead who was out here is based out of Utah. So he was coming in and had been in from there. I'd have to see how many specific projects they've done. We can pull up back on their proposals, how many were in Colorado. I would have to review that.
But I just wanted, because that was the number 1 point, like over and over and over by many people, is that the lead designer of the prior wastewater treatment plants. It was their first go around in Colorado and it did not go well. So, okay. Secondly, we have done, the town of Lyons has had other projects that Consol has done in the past, right? For us, prior engineering work. Go ahead if you need it.
No.
The pipe burst or something.
Groundwater.
You need to get something?
No.
Okay. Um. What things has Consor done for the town before? So what has our experience been with them?
They were the contract engineering company for a number of years before we hired our town engineer. We had them on to handle any of that work. So they were around, they started before me, so I don't know when they started exactly. If it was 2018, they were around for that. They did recently the study for the water pressure up on Vasquez Court. They are currently working on PRV, the water model that we have to give the pressure for the PRVs, since we didn't have anything done in the last 20 years, I think, on the water pressures with the different lines. So they're working on that currently. They worked on the Broadway project. That was a separate project where they just had out and did that. I mean, they were involved with the Second Avenue Bridge. They were not the design team, but they were the town engineer on that.
In general, we've been pleased with the quality of their work and possibly they generally operated within budget.
Yes.
Trustee Lombard. You had,
No, I'm good.
oh,
That's all my questions.
okay. Other questions? I just have a comment on this that relates quite specifically to trustee Hamrick's concerns for our children and our children's children. If it's costing us this much for the study, I hate to think about how much this is actually going to cost us to do.
Oh, yeah.
And makes me wonder if we don't end up finding ourselves up to the numbers of what it would be to close the thing down and connect up to Longmont, which maybe we should have done in the beginning.
What do you remember?
Yeah, it's just
No, it was
that's
9 million,
How much?
9.
To connect to one?
Back
originally.
when we did it,
Yeah.
in 2014, it was 9
I just
million.
remember we talked about this earlier. I think it was 20 million.
Yeah, 20 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where that
It was-
came
it
from.
was nine.
Karen, do you know where that came from?
I just,
Yeah, I thought they were.
Just want us to-
Numbers. I
to
didn't
be
pull it up.
aware of that, to be
My
thinking about
computer's
that,
dead.
because that's just a reality that we're gonna run into
I
with
didn't pull it up.
a lot of other things when it comes to infrastructure. So I will entertain a motion if you want to make first.
I move the adoption of resolution 2025-62. A resolution awarding a proposal for the design of the wastewater treatment facility upgrades to Consor North America Inc. and approving a professional services agreement.
Second,
Seconded.
I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
And trustee Williams, resolution 2025-63.
I think our discussion here was that there were certain edits that we wanted to consider to the resolution. So that we might postpone this discussion until trustee Browning and perhaps others had been able to pick through the resolution, spot inconsistencies, for example, in AMI definitions, and resolve those in a resolution that could be considered at a date certain.
And you want to suggest a date certain?
Not knowing the upcoming agendas, it might be difficult for me to.
If
If it's just the definitions mostly, can you do
Yeah, I
that
thought
next
next,
week?
yeah, next meeting.
We're gonna-
September 2nd.
Yeah, we're gonna do the second reading of
Yeah.
the ordinance on September 2nd. We
Oh, yeah, I think, yeah,
do it at the same time.
to be doing it at the same time, yeah.
I second that motion.
That wasn't a motion, I was just saying, it was a suggestion, it wasn't a
Oh, sorry.
specific motion. So anybody else have anything they want to see on this? Okay, now it's a motion.
So I would move to continue resolution 2025-63, approving a water rights dedication policy to a date certain of September 2nd.
I second.
Call for the vote?
Motion passes unanimously.
There are no boards and commissions, we'll move on to general business in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We can start with, yeah, River.
Our call us back to order, and the first item is discussion direction. The workshop of Lions Valley River Park. Says, anything staff want to say further about this?
Director Cosgrove.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions. Follow-up item from the workshop on parking options for the displaced parking for the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District area. I can answer any questions, but or give you any further detail you might like.
Anybody want to ask any more questions of Director Cosgrove?
Yes, I do actually. Could you please
Certainly.
remind us the amount of revenue derived from parking in the last year or for last year even, just as a reference?
I would have to look that up. I believe it was somewhere near $100,000. It was probably over that. I would have to look up the budget though,
That's
or
okay.
look
Just
up the
need to know.
budget document.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Discussion here on
Hold
that.
on just a second.
Where are you on this, trustee Hammer?
I am option one, which was the, just east of the property.
Yeah, trustee Dodd.
Yeah, I'm definitely option one, especially if we can figure out Wi-Fi to put in a parking meter, because if we can raise $100,000 in revenue from parking over a year, I think if we put a parking meter in there, we can raise enough revenue to help offset the cost.
Based on Sunday, I would say that's a very good chance. Yeah, trustee Wilson.
Yeah, definitely option one. The cost is a factor, the convenience and safety. We do need to square some things away with CDOT about the entrance, egress on that, but that's the way to go.
See, President.
Yeah, I'm in favor of option one, seven, makes sense. I ran around the area today, that's clearly the only way to go. If the staff can figure out a way in the future to put in paid parking there in such a fashion that it will make money, that's something we could look at. I question whether 20 space parking lot make that much money, particularly when you factor in the cost of controlling it, which is always a problem with collecting parking. So things would figure out a way to make it work at some point. Good, but I think providing the parking is something we can do, regardless of whether it certainly becomes paid or not.
Yeah, trustee Williams.
I could certainly support option one. My only caveat to that is that there was a lot of discussion when this board chose to rezone the triangle lot to municipal and potentially using it as parking, including parking for kayakers. I would hate for us at some point in the future to find that we have the new parking lot to the east. We build a parking into whatever we as a board decide to do, or subsequent boards decide to do with the triangle lot. And we have a mostly unused owned parking lot at the trailhead. Let's not overdo it, but for the time being, developing that one lot for this one purpose seems to.
And I was very much there, and actually was thinking that the triangle lot made a lot more sense. Until Sunday when I saw the realities, and so I'm in agreement, so that's unanimous, that we move in that direction. Director Cosgrove?
Yes, thank you. I'll start checking into this and taking steps to see what we can do.
Okay, moving on, discussion direction on from the workshop on the stream flow study. Anything else staff want to say on this?
No, we have the study that was presented and just looking for direction on whether you wanted to accept that. Whether we should bring a resolution to accept the study.
Leave. About this?
If staff believes that the study provided the information that is needed, which apparently is more a list and subjective understanding of how many diversions there are and to what extent that's an issue, and not a plan for trying to manage stream flow or manage the relationships with other members of the water district, then I'd support accepting the study and quite possibly calling it done at that point, but there may be some follow-up with the district.
Yeah, I agree. All we have here is accepting the study. Director Kaplan's continuing to work with the overall groups and there's nothing specific proposed right now to address this, but I still think it's something we should look at. But for now, I agree we should accept the study.
Yes, accept the study.
Yeah, I agree, and I'll be very curious to see what next steps are, and what they cost, and what they incur, so. Yes, but with caution, proceed with caution.
Yeah, accept this study and then tee up for a much later discussion about the diversions. That was interesting to read.
Yeah, I have so many questions about how on earth Colorado allowed things to evolve this way. When I remember reading Wallace Stegner novels back when I lived in New York, it's all politics and the West of water politics.
Yeah.
And for there to be no way to enforce people, you know, I don't know, going down their buckets, whatever it is that you're not authorized to do, I don't get it, but I am supportive of the study, so yes, we have your direction there. That's no, we will accept that. It is now 9:17 PM. I am closing the public hearing for ordinance 1196. And I will accept a motion to move that to a date certain of September 2nd. So moved. Is there a second? Second. Yeah, and we'll assume there's no discussion on that, so I'll call the vote.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you for doing that. I was about ready to remind everyone, so.
Every funny.
That was impressive.
Yeah, stormwater culvert repairs.
So staff was looking to understand if we should be which option the board would like to go with. Or what was in the memo, memo. Just the high level concerns, something less than that, and to look for into it.
Yeah, I'll start on this one. I really believe that we need to look at the 500,000, figure that out. I think we need to look at. If DOLA funding is available, to join in with ours on it, that's terrific. I think we look for any other funding that's out there, but I think we also recognize what. Tammy and I heard from, Dennis Marchman that. They're looking to get a third of their. 900,000 deficit. From. Owning these kinds of things when they possibly can. And I understand it, given that the option is only Medicaid, from people who desperately need it. But I liked all the things that, Trustee, Browning was talking about in terms of ways in which, we could look at general fund. Funds for portions of this, as we, I think there are ways to massage it that, may make it, a little bit, yes, we can draw that out a little bit. I hate that we end up, depleting that fund, but I also like what, Victoria said about potentially asking for, a grant that would give half of that, 125,000 up there. Mark.
Yeah, I'm also in favor of the $500,000 option. It's a lot of money and seems like a big project, but as was discussed with the UEB, what we're really doing here, band-aiding a lot of deferred maintenance. This culvert was, including these aspects of it, was identified as a serious problem, at least in the 2016 stormwater master plan, if not before. So nothing really except minor cleanup and stuff has been done since then. If you look at those pictures, we really cannot risk a collapse in a section of this culvert. It's a high priority. Gee, I wish we had $20 million to address the volume concerns with retention ponds and everything, but we don't. Realistically, we're not gonna have it anytime soon. So what we can do for now, well, I believe is prepare for things that are seriously in danger of collapse. At least maintain what we have, because if you had a collapse in one of these sections, you're talking about flooding houses and in North Lyons and uncontrolled water flow into the downtown area. Something we can't risk. This is a high priority and something we've got to do. And agree, we should certainly pursue that grant funding. $250,000 match would pretty much match out of the stormwater fund. If that doesn't come through, then I think we can find internal funding options. If that means going out of enterprise status temporarily, so be it. But it's something that needs to be done. It's been put off for a long time. So it's good.
I agree with every comment that our Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Browning said. The one thing I would add is that this choice of pursuing the $500,000 for the high-risk areas doesn't preclude at some future date doing some others that we later decide are also important possible. So I would support going for the high risk now and being open as resources permit to do more.
Yeah, I agree. Use the 500K to address the areas of high concern. We do one of the best to see if we can get some grant money for that.
I fully agree with everyone up until that point. $500,000 is the way, at least start there. And hopefully we get this DOLA grant that will provide for half of it.
Agree. 500, the high risk areas, and then we have to, we can go through the fall back. We don't want to flow no matter what.
5 years from now.
We just loan ourselves a very favorable interest rate.
Okay, moving on to, you have your direction on that, moving on to streetlight study.
So again, we have a study that was presented, that staff felt had what was requested in it after some work by the engineers. And is requesting whether we should bring a resolution to accept that study or whether there was a desire for something else additional to be done. Question.
Any additional questions for staff? Trustee Hall.
I have no problem accepting this study.
Trustee Donovan.
Yep, let's accept it.
Yeah, let's accept it, and then we can have the debate later as to what we want to do with it.
Yeah, I agree, we should accept it. I want to point out UEB and town staff. But considerable effort into the earlier drafts of the study. The first draft or two had some issues. And it was reviewed carefully by the UEB members with comments and town staff as well. I understand that most of those comments have been addressed, so in its final format, we should accept.
I appreciate that the study considered public input and staff and UEB and others were able to make what they thought were important edits. My only question, and I'm not even quite sure who to address this to, is what it was that prompted the commissioning of the study to begin with. Was it some public concern? Was it the utilities question? Was it a board issue? How was it that we opened this issue?
The first part was that the lights are paid for by the electric utility without meters. We don't really know what it is. So the electric utility is funding it itself rather than the streets department or other departments where the lights, most of the parks are probably covered by meters, but the ones along the streets don't have meters. So that prompted the UEB to look into how it could save money in the electric fund.
Thank you. Understanding that, I support accepting the study.
Also in agreement with supporting accepting the study. You have your direction there. A direction on Diane Magnuson HVAC complaints. Staff, thank you for pulling all that information together for us. Trustee Dodd, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I just want to refer back to Diane Magnuson's letter from August 3rd. And I'm so glad you were able to read it on her behalf because she isn't physically able to leave her home, which is what makes this situation so intolerable. I have visited her multiple times over the last several months since we first heard from her in May. She reached out to all of us about this issue. And she is fully feeling the effects of this HVAC system on this building. And I just want to draw your attention to the first part of her letter, about 3/4 of the way down. She asks that all parties work together, including the owners of the building and myself, in order to rectify a horrific situation, one that is actually easily solvable. I need help with the logistics as I have no way to contact the owners. That information is highly guarded and by all accounts, they are reluctant or even unwilling to communicate. I've been trying to communicate with them in a neighborly way since they bought the building, which I will specify was in 2023, to no avail. And so I myself, as a trustee, reached out to the owners of this building back in May. I reached out through town email, I reached out through social media, I actually knocked on their door, and I didn't get any response from those 3 different ways of communicating. I know that the complainant here, Diane McNesson, has reached out to them through the realtor at the time, I believe it was the Gateway Realty Group, when it was sold in 2023, and they sent a letter to their PO box, the owner's PO box, twice in May of 2023. So this has been an ongoing issue that has been ignored. She did say that a technician was up on the roof end of June and it made things much, much worse. So she is simply looking for some kind of resolution. And I think honestly, as simple as communicating with the owner of the building who was the applicant in this liquor license application. And so I would like to find some way to facilitate some kind of meeting, some kind of, and I know she cannot physically move from where she's at. This is part of the issue. We have to go to her. And honestly, I feel like any anybody in this town should be able to go towards somebody who is physically disabled to move. And I think that we need to facilitate this conversation somehow. I don't know if that's a mediation. I don't know if that's setting up a meeting at the Bloomfield Alley place so that the owner can also hear what she's hearing from the HVAC system. I've been there several times. I've heard the HVAC system screeching. It's about as loud. I could hear it over the garbage truck, to be honest. The garbage truck registered at 65 decibels, just how I know that number. Because I've witnessed it myself. And I can't imagine that happening every 5 to 12 minutes, all day, all night, with somebody who needs medical equipment running with an open window to get the fresh air and not being able to sleep. She actually has to wear noise canceling headphones all day long. So we need to find some sort of resolution to this. And so what I would propose, if you are all willing, is that staff somehow reaches out and facilitates this meeting, asking the owner here to meet with Diane McNesson.
I'll go second on this. I haven't. I feel terrible that this is her circumstance. I do not feel like it is our internal responsibility. And I feel like for us to get involved in private matters between individual citizens and individual business owners or between citizens is not an appropriate time there. And I think if any member of the board or anybody from the staff of their own free will or accord says, I would like to try to facilitate a meeting, I would say, great, have at it, but I do not believe it's appropriate for us to instruct staff to do that. Because I don't feel like this is an response. That's what let's do it.
It just occurs to me, I mean, we have a noise ordinance, as small as it is, and we're going through obviously change it at some point in the future. But has there ever been a formal complaint made to the town code compliance officer? Has he gone out there with a DB leader?
We've had 5 different code compliance officers go out.
Including myself. We've had numerous previous owners and business operators there who have tried to work on this. It's been going on for a number of years. And I also can see just reading things can be dramatized. And so it's been something that does not appear to be a noise violation.
That
Has not registered on anything that would violate any of the code for any of the code compliance officials who were there.
She has a somewhere there, I'm trying to pull it up. She said she got a 65 dB reading.
Because I was there with Eric Keene measuring for so you have to know, you realize that our noise ordinance only doesn't deal with anything like electrical or engineering, like nothing mechanical, let's say. So, no, there is nothing in there that talks about mechanical issues. And that is something that I brought up previously, that I would like to add that in. Because when she did call the code compliance officer, that she was basically told, well, there's nothing we can do, it doesn't violate code. Because there's nothing in there about mechanical issues.
But it's beyond that. It doesn't matter if it's mechanical or not. The code says, if it's an unreasonable to the average senses, which is what all 5 different code compliance officers have said, this is not unreasonable. It's unreasonable to her, but not to those of average senses.
Well, and this is why she put a petition together with several of her neighbors signing this. So that they can also show that she is not the only one.
But we've never gotten a complaint.
So this is why she submitted this last time.
Trustee Roll. In addition, no, I don't. Trustee Henry.
I'm conflicted. I mean, it's, I hear her pain. There's what, 10, 12 other people that feel the same pain. At the same time, I agree with the mayor pro tem going, is this an area we should wade into? Because this seems like a slippery slope where we start to address issues like this. That said, I mean, when we talked to the applicant, she freely gave up the information last meeting where they've had 2 different vendors out to try to solve this problem. So it seems solvable. That's the frustrating there. If we got the right HVAC tech out, I don't know. So that's where so I'm flopping back and forth on this, but I think I have decided with this is probably something we don't delve into.
Mr. Brown.
Couple of questions first before my comments. How many years does this go back on this noise complaint about air handling facilities on top of that building?
I don't know before my time, but at least 2019 then.
Because I thought I remembered it from the prior time I was on the board back many years ago. So,
I wouldn't know an actual date without going through records, but it certainly was also a concern when Stone Cup was there.
when the Stone Cup was still there, same concern. I actually looked at my emails. And what I found, I didn't find an email on the noise complaint about the air conditioning. What I did find from my prior terms on the board was an email asking the town from the same person to remove all 9 smart meters from the side of that building because it was seriously endangering Ms. Magnuson's health. She asked the town to do that. I also delivered Meals on Wheels to that facility a number of years and remember seeing signs on Ms. Magnuson's door. Please do not knock on the door. It could be seriously jeopardize my health. And this goes to what Town Administrator Simonson has said. If we were to legislate in this area, such as in a noise ordinance, what we do is legislate for people of average sensibilities, reasonable, proverbial reasonable person standard. This is not a person of average sensibilities. I have the utmost sympathy for her predicament. But it's not the only type of thing that has been presented to the board in the past. Several of us may have been on the board when 2 very concerned, very earnest individuals walked in and said that the Wi-Fi in this building and in the town library was damaging their health and they were suffering serious physical consequences. They weren't people of average sensibilities and we declined to get involved in that. And there are downsides to getting involved in this. Number 1 is how many hours of town staff time at taxpayer expense do we spend on a private dispute? And number 2, the precedent involved is important. When the next person with different sensibilities comes along, wants the town to get involved in a dispute between 2 private property owners, how much time, staff time and expense and board time do we spend on that? This is a private matter. It doesn't violate a town ordinance, and I agree with the mayor pro tem. I have the utmost sympathy for the situation here, but I just don't think this is the town's business. We have plenty of business of our own to take care of, and this isn't part of it.
Trustee Williams.
I feel badly for the complainants. I don't think that there's something obvious that we could do to resolve the situation. I do hold out some small hope that trustee Dottie's vote in the meeting in which this board was acting as the liquor authority might have gotten the attention of the proprietors of that business as much as possible, put a little extra pressure on them in a very public venue, so that if there is something that they can do to resolve it, that they are more likely to do that. But I think that is something for them to work out with their neighbor, not for us to work out.
Yes.
I would, I am more than happy. I understand that that applicant is difficult to get a hold of. So if Miss Magnuson is willing to share her contact information, staff is willing to share that with the owner, so she has it. But that is about as far as it should go, because they are difficult to get a hold of. And we know that as well. So we've experienced that. So I understand that part. But if the board directs us not to get involved with like a mediation between the two, we can at least provide the owners of Lions Locale with her information, and then it's up to them how they proceed, unless, of course, as you said, someone wants to volunteer to do this.
I think you have your direction to the board on this. I don't think there's any action that's necessary from you. If you decide on your own that you want to do that, that's fine, but it's not a direction at this point.
Okay.
Taking a look at the next issue, Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant Sale Trust, Attorney Detman, does this entire thing need to be moved to executive session? With his pretty flirty.
I mean, I think for discussing, prices and strategy for just listing the properties, probably be discussed executive session.
Okay, let's save this for executive session. Gonna move on to trustee reports. And we'll start with trustee Cameron.
I have nothing to report. I missed the last SFC meeting.
Steve Addy.
I have a few things to report. First, the Housing and Human Services Commission did not meet in August. They will meet next on September 8th at 4:30. I believe there are at least 2 vacancies on that commission. And I just wanted to ask, when will the Board of Trustees be getting feedback regarding these updates to the Lions Municipal Code? Do we have that on an agenda at some point coming up? Kay Sparks presented this to the board.
Oh, we have it on, we said we would give the other boards till the end of September, I believe, so it's in October.
Okay, great. Second, the Arts and Humanities Commission met on August 12th. The next meeting will be September 9th. They have 1 vacancy, which doesn't happen very often. So if anybody wants to apply to the Arts and Humanities Commission, that would be wonderful. There was an update here. Let's see, Hearts of Lions. So you can see, Melinda Wunder, who was the curator of the Hearts of Lions program, worked very hard to install 9 new sculptures that will be on loan for the next 2 years. She has since moved, so I'm not sure who will be taking over that role, but we're really grateful for all of her involvement, including Rusty the Moose. Some of you were talking about Rusty the Moose earlier. And then there's the shade sculpture that was installed on August 14th in Bloom Park. The Creative Outlets utility box is in progress outside of Lumber Liquors. Residents are also welcome to sponsor a box in the neighborhood. However, designs must be pre-approved by the LEHC. The municipal flag design has a call out to artists. The deadline is September 1st. So if you have an idea of what our municipal flag should look like, please get that in by the end of this month. The artist who has been selected for the mural on the Broadway Annex building was there. His name is Brent Hollingshead, and he presented his vision for the mural. And I think that will take place this fall. It sounds like Android Jones will finally get to the mural on the north side of Town Hall towards the end of September. And it sounds like we will see the designs at the next BOT meeting. Let me see, they're now working on a mural on the Swing Range Trail extension. So they're working on a call to artists for that. We got the update from the Lions Creative District that I also attended. And just so you know, the farm to table dinner on September 17th, they talked about proceeds going to the Creative District, but there will also be proceeds from this alcohol sales to the Arts and Humanities Commission, if you want to buy tickets and attend. And they're working on their budget requests. I'm not going to give an update on the Lions Kiddo District because you received a paper summarizing what they're working on. And then finally, I mentioned on August 9th, Mayor Pro Tem Williams and I both showed up at a town hall here at the library with state representatives, Senator Marchman and Representative Smith. And I actually brought our exchange student to that meeting so that we can arrange for a visit of the Capitol in January. So if anybody's interested, I will be heading down with them because I have never been Capitol, inside the Capitol. So that's all for me.
College board meets tomorrow night. It should be interesting. It's basically a whole new board. Some very young, to me at least, dedicated, qualified people. Probably gonna be giving them some guidance as they go forward. Looking forward to it. Future agenda item, it doesn't really have to be an agenda item. Perhaps it could be in Victoria's report, but I was just curious on the CDOT speed discussion on 36, where we were on that.
Sure.
That's all I had.
The EVC has not met since our last meeting, and I'm not sure if they're gonna have a forum to meet this month. But I was advised today that there is a vacancy on the Economic Vitality Commission, which is really traditionally represented the business interest in town, and recently suggested the feather banner change that we adopted. So I think it's an important liaison between town government and the business community. So I would urge anybody with an interest in working on commercial health of downtown and other parts of Lyons to consider applying for the EDC. The UEB met a couple weeks ago, I guess. Most of what they met about, you saw in our various topics tonight. The only other thing from my notes that they talked about that will be coming probably down the road is they're looking at water rates, not just water rates generally, do we need to raise them, but also there's some discrepancies between commercial and residential water rates and how they're calculated, and they're looking at that, see if they can find something that might be more consistent and sensible. So that may be coming in the future.
And Trustee Williams, are you comfortable picking up the liaison to Parks and Open Space and also to the, I forget the name of the youth commissions?
Student advisory, but I think the mayor wants to talk with some individuals about that.
Okay, we're not going to ask you that question.
I'm open to taking one or more assignments,
Okay.
whether it's one of those to replace what trustee Delma was doing, or doing some of the lifting for people who are serving as liaison and what they want commission. So as soon as the mayor comes back, I'm happy to talk through what those assignments might be.
Anything else you want to,
No report from the PCDC, from which I was recently excited.
It's not always a terrible thing to be exiled. Sometimes it is.
I was officially excused so that I could join this party. That sounded a little thick.
Promoted.
Yeah, last time I was exiled, I also lost my pension, so we don't need to go into that. The Historic Preservation Committee will be meeting this Wednesday evening. I will not be there. As I'm headed over to London. Yeah, I have nothing else beyond that. Trustee Browning, would you be able to?
I think so. I move that we adjourn into executive session pursuant to CRS sections 24-6-4024A, 26-24-6-4024B, and 24-6-4024E for the purpose of discussions concerning the sale of real property, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, and for legal advice from attorneys representing the town regarding the sale of town-owned property located at 2186 Valley Road.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And we look vote to go into executive session.
Motion passes unanimous.
And we need to close the.
Yeah, I'll close this one, Brandon, and I'll